Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes.
Testing.
Check 1, 2.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, if everybody wants to find their seat, we will get started here shortly. A rowdy crowd today.
He's leaving the courthouse right now, so he said if you guys want to start, you can start.
Okay.
Be here probably 5-10 minutes.
Okay, it is 9:01 and we will call the June 4th, 2024 Volusia County Council meeting to order. We will start, as always, with an invocation first, and then we'll go right into the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are interested in having your faith group participate in an invocation, please just send an email to K, the letter K, Green at volusia.org. This is Carissa down here on your right, and she will get you set up to do that. This morning we have Angelo Parra of the Central Florida Free Thought Community. If you would like to stand with me for the invocation, you may.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Brower, council members, county manager, county administration, and staff for this opportunity. As a resident of Victoria Park and the land, it's a true honor to be here today representing the Central Florida Free Thought community. John Quincy Adams, our 6th president, said, "If your actions inspire others to do more, learn more, dream more, and become more, you are a leader." We are profoundly grateful to you, our leaders, for the long hours and often unappreciated time, effort, and personal sacrifice that comes with your tireless commitment to your constituents. As you serve our community, we ask that you embrace the spirit of inquiry and reason, with the willingness to listen and to focus on building bridges of understanding, embracing our differences as strengths that enrich our community. In your stewardship of Volusia, we ask, as you safeguard our county today, that you also remain aware of our responsibility to generations to come. May the mutual love of friends and family and our collective hopes and dreams inspire you. It is through your generous commitment of time, creativity, and love of Volusia County that you make a better and brighter future for all of us. I close with a quote from Winston Churchill. You make a living by what you get. You make a life by what you give. Thank you.
Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Robbins, Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Dempsey, Mr. Johansson,
Here.
Mr. Kent,
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt, Mr. Brower.
Here. We do have a quorum, and I know Don Dempsey is on his way as we speak. Do we have any public participation requests? When I call your name, if you would come down to the podium rises and falls so that you can have the microphones near you. We need that so everybody can hear you, and because this is recorded, you will have 3 minutes to speak to us about anything that affects the county. There will be a time clock above my head that and on your monitor that will track your time. First, we have Kent Cooper.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to speak to the commissioner because we have seems that you need to be, from the normal person point of view, as I say it. I've been dealing with Will Roberts' tax office right here. I cannot get anything done with him. They have a new policy where if you don't get in there by 4 o'clock, they don't do your work. They don't do title work. They don't do nothing. I called, I live way out in the other end of Seville, which none of you guys probably ever been there before. There's no public transport, so you have to borrow a car to come out. I was told very rudely on Friday by the lady by the name of Stephanie Jackson that they refuse to do any work after 4 o'clock. They're just trying to finish up. I think we need to have those hours stretched out. I have been trying to get a hold of Mr. Roberts for 2.5 weeks. He's either been gone or somebody else is on the phone. Not been able to catch him. Not been able to get him yesterday. Also, I had some work done, and one of the ladies stamped the title on a death certificate sale, and I can't take that title anywhere in the state of Florida. It's stamped with Volusia County, stamped with this location. So unfortunately, I'm stuck spending my money here when I could have got it done so many other places, especially Crescent City, which I'm a whole lot closer to, and it's Putnam County. I think the county needs to have a outside quorum or commissioned party to look into all these problems, especially that and the zoning here. The zoning is another atrocious mess that we've got up there in northern Seville, Delon Springs, anything like that up there. They're just, it's ramshackle. You get different answers at different times of the day. I've had to hire Mr. Bob Foster to handle a eviction case that has been going on since a little last year. I actually was in this office with the hearing on the gentleman that owned the property, and he tried to buy or get a building permit, and unfortunately that has spawned into $100,000 out of my pocket just to fight the zoning here, and they still don't have an answer. We're in front of a judge, still don't have an answer. I have to move my business out of Volusia County because I am on a no zoning for the county. And so, unfortunately, my business and 17 employees are moving away from Volusia County because of this. I think the county commissioners need to kind of rein in some of these offices and their policies. It's just gone way beyond the normality. I mean, I drove 40 minutes to come down to have a title done and been told at 4:02 that I could not have it done, even though the office was open till 4:30, and they were accepting other work. So, you know, that is the main reason why I'm here today. Mr. Roberts is a voted in elected official, and nobody's reining him in. He is nowhere to be found. And so,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Pompey.
Good morning. Thank you for this 3 minutes. My name's Elizabeth Pompey, and I live in District 2 at 1891 Halifax Drive. I came here last month about the motocross track, and thank you very much for listening to us and moving it from that original site. But why I'm here again is because I understand that you're looking at another site just 2 miles away from where this last one was, which will still cause the same issues. We're still going to have the flooding and everything else that all of us came and spoke about. Sorry, I did type this out, and I'm trying, lost where I'm at. There's other areas that I understand you have to look at. 92 to me sounds like the best, because there's nobody around there to be affected by the way we will be affected off anywhere on Tomoka Farms Road. The biggest issue is the flooding. And I was told there'd be studies with the retention ponds and all the stuff that goes into allowing such a thing, but it doesn't work. Town West is the perfect example. They put their studies in, they took out the wetlands that back up to my road, mind you, and put their retention ponds in, and every time there is a hard rain, we have flooding. And so those studies and the retention ponds don't work, especially when you take out wetlands. So I don't know what's on the property north of the landfill, but I believe it'll still cause us the same issues. So don't waste any more of our tax dollars money looking at a place that isn't appropriate. 92 is my opinion, but you guys know better as far as the landing. I have brought a copy of the Tomoka Farms Village local plan, because I've talked to a few other people. Nobody knew what it was. I sent a copy to everyone so that you are aware of what was put in place in 2009 for our community to protect an agricultural way. There are generations of people that live out there that have done the farming, and that's how this got put into place. So just look over it so that you're aware when you're making decisions that do affect our area. I would ask that, you know, as you guys move forward, I know we have to have development. Our state has been inundated, but look at it at low impact. You don't have to take out every tree that's on a piece of property because a developer wants to and put a retention pond in. As I was getting prepared for today, I looked up what was on the agenda, and I was a bit concerned by seeing how you want to spend $3.5 million to put paved shoulders into Turnbull Bay. That money would be used. We have flooding everywhere all over the county. The land I heard you guys talk about in my area, and I'm sure there's many areas. Those are the only places that I'm aware of. But let's be smart with our tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Chelsea Pasternak. And Helper.
And Hunter. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name's Chelsea Pasternak. I'm a Volusia County resident residing on Halifax Drive. I wasn't able to make the last 2 meetings because of my work and children's schedule, but I did learn that you unanimously voted against the motocross track at the previously proposed location off Shunts Road off 415. So thank you for that. But I did want to come, as Elizabeth previously stated, and talk about other proposed locations, especially the one north of the dump, because as we all know, the water still flows south. I previously emailed all of you, our county council, to share my concerns regarding the track, our current flooding issues, and asked a number of questions. Most of you didn't respond, but I would like to say thank you to Mr. Robbins and Mr. Kent for at least acknowledging my email. In my correspondence, I shared that along with many others I know are not against recreational activities for residents and visitors, in this case, a motocross track. However, I am against option number 1 of a county-funded and run track, as I do not feel government should be doing business for themselves, nor do I feel a public-private partnership is appropriate either. As far as the use of ECHO funds, on volusia.org, when reading up on the use of these funds, it states the Volusia ECHO program seeks to enhance the quality of life of Volusia County residents by working to achieve goals over a broad geographic base. I'm interested in what percentage of your constituents do you see utilizing this track? You are talking for profit and for tourism. It doesn't seem to line up with the intent of this program. This is an expensive and specialized sport or hobby. As far as quality of life, what does affect quality of life is flooding of people's homes. I have 2 neighbors that I personally know that are still displaced on Halifax Drive, and that hurricane was almost 2 years ago. One of my elderly neighbors wasn't able to have her work fixed and has lost her insurance and is in jeopardy of losing her home. That's quality of life. I'm having difficulty understanding why building a track is a priority when flooding is a huge concern, especially with hurricane season very quickly approaching. The NOAA, the National Weather Service, forecasts an 85% chance of an above normal hurricane activity for 2024. 17 to 25 total named storms. Of these, 8 to 13 are forecast to become hurricanes, including 4 to 7 major hurricanes Cat 3 or higher. I want to know what Volusia County is doing to alleviate any of these hurricane-related concerns beyond regular maintenance or currently undersized ditch infrastructure. I know you sent a flooding trifold in the mail to us twice, and the main thing that it mentions is there, or the first thing, is to protect wetlands. I want to know if Volusia County is doing their job and that our county and elected officials are doing what they can and are prepared. So is this county prepared for the possible tumultuous storm season ahead of us and people's homes flooding, or are we more interested in where to place a motocross track and the profit it may generate? Thank you.
Thank you. John Pasternak.
Hello, I'm John Pasternak, Halifax Drive. Not as prepared as my wife, but I'm basically just here to say this motocross track issue close to my home is what got me, a little frustrated, just because we have had some flooding concerns in the neighborhood. And to my knowledge, and I'd like to know if you guys are aware, there was a study done in 2009 that we spent taxpayer money to get the results of. The study was geared towards what can we do to improve water quality for this particular area and reduce flooding for people in their homes. So at that time, approximately $1 million could have been spent to do these 5 things, and people would have gone from the level of service of their homes being flooded to them not being flooded, to roads not being overtaken by water in these times of heavy rain. Since that time, that work has never been done. It seems like we totally forgot about that study. And what I just really can't believe is that here we are, well, let's do something in the neighborhood, and it's a motocross track that's, now we're talking it's going to be a little bit closer or whatever. To me, it doesn't seem like it's a priority. And like my wife mentioned, you look at ECHO. What's the E in ECHO mean? It's environmental. So we're saying we've known that there's a waterway in the heart of Port Orange, the heart of Volusia County, that's contaminated, and no one's even concerned about it. So the study was done, how can we improve water quality and keep people from flooding? To me, I think these ECHO funds could be spent on something. Maybe you can have a joint purpose water retention area that's also, the water quality issue from the study was from a lot of these stormwater infrastructure being undersized and under-maintained and poorly designed. And we've totally forgotten that. We've ordered a bunch of studies for other places. Are we going to follow up on the study and actually do the work that needs to be done? If there's ECHO money to spend, like I say, E in ECHO is for environmental. There's an environmental problem there. How are people going to have fun and recreate, when they're worried about their home flooding or still not back in their home, or can't even repair their home, probably living with mold for years like some of our neighbors. It's just an issue we do need some attention for. You know, I don't think we should be worrying about recreation. To me, it's a cherry on top for an area that people's homes are still flooding. There's a lady down the street who broke her ankle during these heavy rains, and no one could respond to help her. You know, why don't we spend some money on EMS having the ability to help people in these heavy waters? So I got more to say. You'll probably see me again here. Thanks for what you have done. But we need a little more, especially for our area. Thank you.
Daytona Beach Police Chief Jakari Young.
Good morning, distinguished members of the dais. My name is Jakari Young, and I am the Chief of Police for the City of Daytona Beach. I am also a 28-year resident of Volusia County. I am here to address the disparaging remarks and false statements that were made during the May 21st County Council meeting. I understand that as elected officials, we all have our rights to our personal opinions, but what we don't have a right to is creating our own facts. So to start from the top, it was stated from the dais that we are a special event city with no special events. I find that interesting because I'm forced to mandate my officers to work these special events each year from January through August. So my cops would beg to differ. Staffing is an issue. We can't hire cops. It's always been that way, and it will continue to be that way. Also interesting because currently full staffing for my department is 244, and I'm currently sitting at 236, which means I only have 8 vacancies, something that I'm very proud of, and I would hardly call that a staffing crisis. The city is overrun with homeless individuals, drunks, and prostitutes. That right there is probably the biggest insult of them all. While we do have some issues in the city of Daytona Beach, it is hardly the crime-ridden Armageddon that was described from this dais. These issues that exist in Daytona Beach exist in almost every major city throughout this country. Homelessness is a nationwide problem that we cannot arrest our way out of. And I'm extremely proud of the hardworking men and women of the Daytona Beach Police Department that are out there on a daily basis doing their part to make Daytona Beach a safer place to live, work, and play. And I'm also extremely proud of our city officials who recognize this problem, which is why they took the lead on the homeless shelter foundation, on the homeless shelter board. For any elected official who wore this uniform and is collecting a pension from the city of Daytona Beach, to take that opportunity to drag the city through the mud for political gain is disgraceful and a direct insult to the men and women that accept the challenge of serving this extremely busy city and rapidly growing city on a daily basis. I find it comical that its elected officials' only real claim to fame is his service in the city of Daytona Beach, and now he sits on this dais and pretends to be the resident expert on all things public safety and law enforcement related. So for any city official to feel uncomfortable driving through the city of Daytona Beach without their police scanner, I would simply say you can do us all a favor and stay out of the city limits of Daytona Beach if that's going to be your attitude. Your comments were shameful and embarrassing, and you should be grateful that I only have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chief. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I wasn't going to mention this until Carrie brought it up. I was a little offended when it was made, but I understand where he's coming from. We have not done enough. We could always do more, all right? With the idea that we don't have any special events anymore, that is true basically on beachside. The city of Daytona Beach does have 9 what I call major events. When you have an event of 200 people or 2,000 people, it's a special event. Our special events are hundreds of thousands of people. All 9 of our events are over 100,000 people apiece. I call them major events because they are major. They are disruptors. I live on Beachside. I get all of them because the hotels are on Beachside. I mentioned it before. 12,000 hotels in the Halifax area. That's a lot of hotels. We are still a tourist area. So I'm asking you, yes, both of them are correct. But you really have to watch what you're going to say, which is what I really wanted to come up to speak with originally. As you know, the president was convicted, all right? For many of us, it was a political conviction. It's a slippery slope when politicians talk outside of certain realms. When you look at, maybe I'm relatively ignorant, but I can't find out what he was convicted of. It's not against the law for what they call hush money. Those non-disclosure are acceptable everywhere. Is he convicted of that? What was he convicted of actually? And secondly, they're talking about putting him in jail. Nobody's ever been put in jail for a clerical error. So this really is a slippery slope. Where do we go? Now, I'm a Democrat. I have been since I voted. But nobody asked me if I want to turn my Democratic Party into a socialist party, which is basically becoming more and more. You've heard of certain words that misdirection, projection. So what is the Democratic Party projecting onto the Democratic Party versus what it's projecting onto the Republican Party? Now, I never knew for 40 years what the party was of any of you guys, any of the elected officials. This year, everybody knows because it was made an issue. But I don't care whether you're Republican or Democrat. I'm asking you to step back whenever you make a decision and do not make them on party lines. Because the more we get entrenched in a party line, the worse we are. And the Republican Party, unfortunately, was divided 2 years ago. It has to heal. Thank you.
Carissa, if you would, somebody over there, just let the record reflect that District 1 Councilman Don Dempsey is present. You're fighting that vicious DeLeon Springs traffic?
Yes. Let the pigeons loose now. Yeah.
Okay, that brings us to, thank you for all that participate. We appreciate hearing from the public. This takes us to item number 1, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion or any questions about the agenda?
Motion approved.
Second.
Jake Johansson makes the motion to approve, and the second was by Vice Chair Kent. Any comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the agenda is approved 6-0. Does any member, any council member have an item that from the consent agenda that they would like to comment on or pull for a vote? Mr. Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to, for discussion, item W.
Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Vice Chair Kent makes a motion to approve the entire agenda. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Santiago. Why don't we vote on that, and then we'll come back to item W for comment. Is there any other comments? All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the agenda is approved 6-0, which takes us to item W.
Thank
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to kind of voice more of a, staff did their work that they required, but voice more of a disappointment and concern how governments buying land from each other like this. You know, this is for a wastewater improvement in that area that serves a public purpose for all, including the school board. We're buying this property for the public's purposes. We're buying a property from the school board for $65,000 to do enhancements for the public good there. I'm just not a fan. If it's a public purpose that can be established for the good of all, I voted for it, but I think we need to set the tone very differently and have conversations as we progress as a county and our other governing bodies that we should work together better and not just shifting taxpayer dollars from area to area. So just not happy about it, and I hope that we can change the trend with us leading the charge and others participating. I get it. It has to happen that way, but just not a fan of why we're having to have to buy land for a public purpose for wastewater improvements that'll serve all in that area, including the school. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Johansson.
I'm in policy, I concur with that. I like, at the end of the day, it's our tax dollar being used to spend on schools. It's a dollar bill leaving my pocket. It goes to the school. It's a dollar bill that goes to the county. It's a dollar bill in my case that goes to the city. It's a dollar bill that goes to the hospital district. Yet we're moving money. The problem we have is some of our funds are restricted, right? And so we saw earlier in the year the school board came up and asked us for $450,000, I think, for police. And it's not us, it's the taxpayer. It's the same damn dollar. So why can't we figure it out and be more efficient? I'd like to get there. That's probably something we can work on in the next couple of years. But I know in some cases it just can't happen, and that's unfortunate, because at the end of the day, it probably costs the taxpayer more money to shift that money around to make stuff happen. So if we can, instead of saying no, if we can get together and have staffs work it out and try to figure out, I don't want to call them, if I was home I'd call it a drug deal, but a deal to make things work. That I'm all about making that happen, David. Thank you for bringing it up.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And Councilmember Santiago, I too want to echo and just say thank you for bringing that comment up, because this is the same school board, school district, who after 7 of us told them, you have a larger budget than we do. You're coming to us asking for us to pay your bills. They then try to come and attack me and our attorney, Mr. Dyer, instead of reaching out an olive branch and saying, hey, maybe we can work together. Instead, they try to go personal, and their claims were wildly outrageous, inaccurate, and inappropriate. So that's what I saw whenever we told them, hey, this is your bill. You should pay your bill, just like we are going to pay our bill. And I'll just remind everybody, I asked Mr. Rechtenwald at that meeting, how much money does the school district give us for all of the security in all of our courthouses across Volusia County? And the answer was 0. And I asked why, and he said, because, sir, it's not their responsibility. And then I asked Mr. Dyer, whose sole responsibility is it per state statute to provide security in the school system? And Mr. Dyer accurately said, it's the school district's responsibility. So I hear exactly what you're saying. We do need to have a better working relationship, but not because the attack came at me because I told them a word they didn't like, which was no. But if the attack had come to any of you, I feel like if the attack was against you or the chair or any of us, then it was an attack on all of us. So I just bring that up just to refresh everybody's memory about where they went last November. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a policy decision. I'm glad that you two are here, but I don't know what you could say at this point. You're going to make it work because we approved it, and it's needed. You've heard the opinion of, I think it's probably the majority opinion of the council that the way the funding is, it's less than ideal. We're also hearing that right now about security guards, that The entire council is being attacked, that there was a horrible accident for crossing guards at a school, and we're being blamed for not hiring enough crossing guards, and I believe that is a function of the sheriff's department, the school board, and the committee that makes those decisions. I think we would all support that. We want safety for the kids. We want clean water for our schools too, but we do need to work better with the school board. So thank you guys for coming up. That takes us to item number 3, discussion and direction on towing fees. And Janine Jennings. Thank you.
Good morning, Janine Jennings, Director of Business Services. What we're asking for today is just some direction on where to go with towing rates. You know, we started working on this probably the first time we had a request from, I believe it was Mr. Dempsey, almost 6 months ago, and began pulling rates and looking at what everybody had. And I understand that maybe some of the rates have changed since we originally started pulling the numbers, and we'll be happy to evaluate any of those. But since that time, we have met with the Sheriff's Department several times. Actually, with Sheriff Chitwood, he was actually at one of the meetings, and discussed the direction we want to go with at least non-consensual towing, because the ordinance touches both trespass towing and non-consensual towing. The 2 things were discussed. One is that on the non-consensual, that even if we made changes to non-consensual, that we would not make any changes to their contract, because they're in the middle of a non-consensual towing contract right now until 2025, when that contract expires. The second one is, after looking at what we had provided as far as all the rates that we had at that time, the decision was made amongst the groups to recommend an average. So we wouldn't go to the highest rate, we wouldn't go to the lowest rate, we would look at an average that wouldn't have the greatest impact on people who are having their vehicles towed. And I guess I need to figure out how to get to the next slide. So these are the averages based on each classification of vehicle and the recommended. And as I mentioned, we know that as of even today, a lot of the numbers are still changing. But at the time of we were looking at this, these were the rates that we were able to pull. And like I said, we're looking at an average. This averages out to be about a 22% increase across the board on our rates. And kind of puts us right in the middle. We're not the highest. I know Flagler is probably, I think they're 60% higher than we are right now, but we would not be the lowest either. So all we're looking for today is some direction of where you would like us to go as far as rates.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. I have questions. Well, maybe one question. Can you...
I'll try.
And if you can, maybe someone else can. I would like, for my purposes and maybe others, a simple breakdown of consequential towing or not now and trespass towing, and give me scenarios on how that plays. Who is the person? Use me as the example. That's fine. My car.
Trespass towing would be that you go to the elusive grape and you park in the parking lot behind that has no parking, and it has a tow truck, and it's no trespass, and you park in there and they call to have you tow. That would be a trespass. Or you go to a restaurant, or you park somewhere that you're not supposed to go, that has that in a tow company thing can come pick your car up. That's called a trespass tow.
So that is
that's
a private contract
that is
between
private.
the property owner and the
right.
towing
Non-consensual is when you involve law enforcement. So if you have a DUI or a car accident or something that would require law enforcement, that would be a non-consensual tow.
And so if I may continue for
Please.
Sure. So our ordinances regulate the fee that can be assessed to those individuals in those trespass scenarios, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And
There's
that's,
no real revenue to us. Everything is a pass-through.
and can you give me the history? Someone give me the history of why that fee or the approval of the fee was put in place. I know that's a surprise.
Gotta
question
turn that to legal.
Russ Brown, Deputy County Attorney. Say it again, sir. What,
I would say, what's the public intent of allowing counties to adopt ordinances to control those fees?
Well, I think the intent is to ensure that there's a reasonable, fair rate, and the market is somewhat governed so it doesn't get exorbitant. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but so there's some regulation to the industry.
Yeah. The statute puts the county commissions in that role.
Okay. A follow-up question on the one that you said is the sheriff's office one. What's that titled again?
Non-consensual tow.
And that's currently under negotiations for contract renewals?
No, that is, they have a contract in place. And when tow companies have bid on non-consensual towing, they are using the non-consensual rates that are provided. They can't go above that. They could go below it. They can't go above that rate when they're bidding. And but there's some other things in there that are not in here that they also can bid on when they make the evaluation. So at this point, they do not want to change that contract until it comes up for renew. Well, it's not. It could either be renewed, but they're going to kill it at the end of the term in 2025 and rebid it with any new rates that we put out.
What do you mean they're going to kill it?
I mean, it ends. It's the first 3-year term of the contract ends in 2025. They're not going, and that has optional renewals. They're going to put it back out to bid at the end of the first 3-year term.
Sheriff's office.
The sheriff's department is.
And that non-consequential, I can't even say the word, consequential tow rate is capped at $375 currently in Volusia. Is that correct?
Depends on the vehicle. It's at $125 for a Class A.
Oh, okay. Different. I see that season. Okay, I see
Right.
that. Okay.
And in our ordinance, everything is the same. Trespass tow and non-consensual towing rates are the same.
I think this may be my last question. How did we go about obtaining the rates for other counties?
Robert made a lot of phone calls, and we pulled it off their websites and their ordinances. But like I said, you know, even Flagler, since we did Flagler the first time, we happened to know through the public participation that Flagler had changed theirs, and we were able, before it was even published, able to call them and get the Flagler. So, but I think since then some other entities might have made some changes. We just don't know which ones they are right at this time.
Sorry, another question just popped in my head. Who monitors compliance to our ordinance here? Do we have an area where constituents can complain and say, in other words, if we do that, what information do you have to share about the experience?
I will tell you, the legislature this year passed a lot of rules now of what we have to put out on our website of who do you call and who do you contact, what are your rights as far as towing, and we are creating a web page. But as far as non-consensual, it's the sheriff's department will do spot checks and monitor, do spot checks on the invoices and make sure that things are right. But they have the administrative duty for non-consensual tow. For trespassing tow, nobody.
We don't have any data to see how our constituents
No, I couldn't. I mean, I know that the sheriff's department has told me they have 1,450 non-consensual tows a year. I could not tell you what the trespass tow would be.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll
No,
wait
good.
for the public and my colleagues.
Yeah, it's good questions, good discussion. Before I move on, let's keep it at questions for right now. I've got a whole list of almost all of us that want to speak. This is just for questioning. But I think your questions kind of reflect the uneasiness that perhaps the council feels. I don't know, we're going to see it, because it kind of feels like we're getting involved in telling private business what they can charge. I think the remarks that the attorney made gives it, well, I'm going to stop because this is all questions. I'll say it later. Councilman Dempsey.
Okay. Yeah, could you tell me the last time Volusia changed their existing rates? Or updated them? 2002? Okay, so it's been 22 years since, okay. And it looks like that's the far right column, or far left column, right, in the red?
The far left is what Volusia County is at. The far right is the recommended.
Okay,
And then
so-
the one next to it is what we, at that time, we had as all the averages.
Okay, so the far left in red were the rates established 22 years ago, correct?
Correct.
Which seems like it's consistent with a lot of Lake County, Seminole County, St. John's, and Orange. Do we know the last time they updated, or do we know the last time they set their rates we're comparing
I
to?
think everybody, what I'm hearing is everybody's looking at it right now. So there may be some that have just recently that haven't made it into Municode yet that have changed. So
So is it fair to say that as far as we know, the comparable rates that you put up here, Lake County, Seminole County, St. Johns County, Orange counties, and Brevard County, could all be rates that were set 20 years ago as well?
I couldn't say that for definitively.
The only rate that we're looking at that we know is recently been adjusted is Flagler County.
Flagler.
Okay, and it's fair to say in the last 20 years, insurance has gone up exponentially for these companies. Gas prices have gone up, as well as labor costs and God knows what else expenses they incur. Okay, have you checked into Marion County,
No.
where that I believe Marion County just had a recent adjustment, or Putnam, Palatka. Okay, I'm hearing these voices in my head. Palatka. Have we checked with Palatka to see what their new rates are?
No, we really tried to stick within the area that we typically do, around this area. I mean, at one point we did look at, Miami, and we were kind of told, well, let's don't look at Miami, let's stick to the area around here. So we tried to stick to the immediate area.
Okay.
But I mean, we could do any of that.
So, but Flagler was done within the last year, correct?
They were done very recently.
And it wouldn't, why isn't staff recommending that we go along with Flagler rates?
We met when we will do whatever you want to do. I'm just telling you, we also met with the sheriff because the non-consensual really, except for the trespass, the non-consensual is managed through the sheriff's department. And when the sheriff looked at this, he was really trying to make it not such a, more of a gradual and not such a drastic impact on towing. But I can also tell you they've been very clear, and whatever you decide you want to do, they'll comply with.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Council Member Dempsey, we spend every year go to rollback, keep the taxes down. This is the first thing that doesn't get touched. 22 years go by, and now we got to double it in price to make it right. Nobody wants to do that either. This is kind of an indicator of what gradual increases can benefit you from. But we're not doing that. Janine, so trespass tow is negotiated between private business partner or them and private business.
I would assume so.
So and from what I'm seeing, I'm looking at the book that I was given, but it appears to be the same as what you gave, and right now, our rate by and large mimics the private rate. So
Well,
25 for Class A.
Well, when I say that, we set the rate, the maximum rate for trespass tow is in our towing ordinance. So they still have to.
Back to their question, why do we do that? So people don't get
Fleeced.
fleeced?
Yeah. It's a state law. It's been put in. Make the counties have to be the overseer to ensure, because remember what happens, people lose possession of their vehicle.
Right.
And then sometimes these are people that can barely make it as it is.
Right.
And so then they have to go pay to go get their vehicle back. It's got, by the way, not just the towing, the storage, the mileage. So when you look at these rates, that's just a starting point based on then other factors that come into play, size of the vehicle, etc. So, so that's why the state makes sure that there's some sort of regulation, and it is a maximum. So it's not necessarily what people are paying, but these is as much as that can be charged. And then, like in our case, it's a competitive bid that's laid in there. So, and then there's terms. I've seen some of the emails discuss about when they have to show up and what they have to do. Well, that's contractual as far as what they've agreed to do in order to be on a certain list, whether it's us, the Department of Transportation, or other things. But they've bid on that, and they've agreed to those terms and that pricing. So, and that's what, like, the sheriff would like to maintain this contract, because it's in place till 2025, and those rates were set and those conditions were set. They bid on it, and that's just like we would do with contractors of all the things we do. So you have that, but within that, you had this overarching ordinance that said, well, you can't go above this particular amount.
Got it.
So all the trespass tows, involuntary tows, I should say, whether it's on private property or it's connected by the sheriff, that's subject to the rate established by this council. Legislature did that. They actually went a step further this past legislative session, and we need to bring an ordinance back to you at the next meeting. Your staff now the council has established a process to investigate complaints by people that think the rates aren't being followed, and we have to have a process to enforce that. So the state has definitely put county commissions in a role and leadership role on this issue. I can only imagine the policy reason why is because it is the nature of it. It is involuntary, and the risks that are involved.
I would say that trespass tows are voluntary.
Okay.
I would say, yeah, I'll wait till the debate.
My point is,
if I get in an accident, it's not voluntary. If I choose to park in a trespass area, that's voluntary.
My point is the legislature's put you in a position where you have to set what the maximum rate is. It's not something that you're doing on your own initiative.
Got it. Thanks. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to keep up with that line of questioning. George, you're probably the best to answer these first couple of questions. You've said that these were, well, let me stick with the contract first. Who writes the contract? Does the county, or is it a negotiation with the tow truck operators? Or?
Well, in all of our cases, when we do work with vendors, we write the contract often, depending on the area we're in, whether it's construction or IT or these various areas, we get help and experts in writing contracts, but we write the contracts. In some cases, a bid goes out with an outline of a contract, and then we negotiate terms within that if they're the successful bidder. So but basically, we write the contract, they agree to it.
Okay. You also mentioned that this was a pass-through. So are we billing, and do we get reimbursed, or do sometimes the person that got towed not pay?
My understanding from the sheriff's department is that they have a non-consensual tow, they collect the fees, they pay the county back a administrative fee back to the sheriff's department for managing the contract, but the rest of it, they do not get invoices. They do not get all the invoices. They have the opportunity to check invoices and audit when necessary, but if my tow was in an accident and it was towed, that tow bill would come to me. It would not go to the sheriff's department.
Okay. Do you have any idea if they're paid? And if they're not paid, are we responsible?
As far as I know from there, they have not had any situations where someone hasn't been. that they've
Okay.
been involved in a dispute of payment.
Okay. George, you mentioned some of the other requirements, time requirements, if they go to a highway accident or whatever, that is, those requirements are negotiated with the tow truck operators.
Well, they're part of the set forth in the contract.
Okay.
Typically, these things evolve over years of experience. You know, if you're an officer, you don't want to be waiting out there too long. So I'm sure there's some sort of time requirement that they have to get there. But again, you have our contract. You may have the cities. You have the Department of Transportation. All these other agencies also have contracts. But again, what we're talking also here is an overarching ordinance, not individual contracts.
Okay.
Can I
yes,
clarify
please.
one thing?
Yeah.
I just got a message from the Sheriff's Department. If they do not pay their invoice, their car is kept. So that is why we don't get
That's what I
involved in
thought.
it. Yes.
Okay. That's a pretty good motivator.
And I think that's one of the reasons also, because that's a pretty tough bar. So at the end of the day, you know, why it's regulated by the state, who wants us to regulate it because of.
That kind of goes to Attorney Brown's comment too, that this keeps it, it gives us a responsibility of trying to make sure the public's not fleeced, to use your word. Attorney Brown.
And sir, the other thing I was going to say is that so the county or if municipality is supposed to set the maximum rates, and if they choose not to set the maximum rates, at least under the new statute that's not in effect yet, the governor hasn't signed, I think, as of yesterday, unless I'm wrong about.
Okay.
Correct me on that. Then they default to the Florida Highway Patrol's tow rates.
Has it also been 22 years since these contracts have been negotiated?
No. Not for the
The-
Sheriff's
not with
Department.
the
This is
Sheriff's
a
Department.
it's usually a 5-year contract, and they're getting ready to go into year 3 in 2025, where they have the option of either going back out to bid or renewing, and they are going to go back out to bid.
What about contracts they have directly with the county?
The only they don't have any contracts with the only contract we have for towing is towing for the fleet department, and that is completely separate from
Okay.
this.
How many?
No.
No, the public will have time to speak when the council is done. When I look at this list, there's all kinds of fees. So are they, there's a general towing fee and then 20 other fees.
Correct.
Do you have any idea how many of those fees are added on?
No, I don't.
Each time? Okay.
No.
Maybe they will be able to speak to that. Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And I think where you were going with your question is really the main question that I have. Before I get to that, I just want to thank Ms. Jennings and your team for putting this information together. And Mr. Johansson touched on a piece I think that hits a nerve with me, which is 22 years goes by, and everyone knows I am for small incremental increases, possibly yearly or every other year, not to get a hammer on you like this. But you know, we've had these small businesses come and talk to us for months, and they've been screaming for help. One of the things I love about the small businesses is that I think many of them are like generational. You know, they've been from you know, grandparents to parents to children now running them, and I like that. But my question is this: does the county and the chairman, like I said, I think he was going with this. I don't know that I heard it clearly. Does the county get a piece of the pie?
The only piece of the
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do the chairman's job.
Please refrain until it's not going to help your case.
Does the county get a piece of the action, a piece of the pie with these rates?
Not that the only piece of it that comes back is, like I said, in the ones that have a non-consensual tow contract with the sheriff, there is a line item that comes back to the sheriff's department for every tow. So every tow, the sheriff's department, I think it's $100 of that. I think goes back to the sheriff's. I could be wrong. This is their contract,
Yeah.
but I
I-
would say that would be what I know that comes back. Other than that, I'm not aware of any of the trespass
Yeah.
tow money that comes back to
And
us.
I appreciate the transparency and honesty, and maybe one of the providers, when they get up with their time to speak, they'll answer that question and staff can confirm or deny. I'm not sure. But what's interesting to me also is, looking at Volusia County's rates, like look at Volusia and Brevard as an outlier of being on the low end, and then I look at Flagler and Lake being an outlier on the high end. So I'm appreciative that you gave us some comparisons to look at, but Council, I want to, of course, hear from the rest of you with your thoughts, and then, of course, from the small business owners to hear why they think we should go as high as we're possibly looking at. Thanks.
Councilman Santiago?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious. You may or may not know the answer to this, but I want to ask it. If you don't know, it's okay.
Okay.
Because I Googled it. But do you know what the cost of a AAA membership is?
No idea.
You're not a member?
No. I pay cash. AAA tows people in case they get stuck into a destination, to a to a service area, stuff like that. Do you know what AAA pays the towing companies for those tows?
No idea.
Okay, thank you. I'm done. I'll hopefully find out.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, so we'll have debate. Council, would you like to hear from the public first? Okay, let's do that. And I will just call you in the order that they were given to me. Helen Taylor.
My name is Helen Taylor. I am the owner of Buddy's Towing from Daytona Beach. Before I forget, let me address the AAA question. The answer is AAA negotiates with their tow companies the rate they pay them. Okay, I am not a AAA provider. I have been in the past. I don't do it because they were paying me $23 for a 5-mile tow. Okay? It's negotiable. There are other companies that were getting more, like $35, which is not much when you're talking about fuel and insurance and the cost of the truck. AAA makes it in volume, and it's great for the consumer. I can't complain. 100 and I might be wrong, 150-ish for the Plus membership now. It's great. But for the tow companies, it stinks. And that's one of the reasons most of us, do not do AAA. Okay? I'm here today to ask you to please give us a raise increase. As you're aware, 22 years. My husband used to say to me, anybody can get a tow truck. That's a lot to hold on to. And he's right. With the cost of the insurance going up and the employment and the fuel. I mean, we had a big fuel increase a while back. I mean, I was paying years ago $2 a gallon. I'm up to $5 a gallon now for diesel. Okay? I don't think it's unreasonable for us to ask for us to be increased to the Flagler rates. Flagler is our sister county, and I think that's what we should get. I'm a Daytonian for 65 years. I'm very proud of that. I'm a woman-owned business. But I've had to tighten my belt to stay in business because of these rates. The rates we're asking for are the non-consensual tows. Not the county, because that's a contract. Not the city, because that's a contract. FHP is not a contract. We apply, and we are accepted because of the guidelines, and they do not set the rates. They are based on the county rates, the max of the county rates. So if I have a company in Volusia County and I get approved for FHP, they go to the county rates and say, okay, the max you can charge is this amount. They regulate in that if I charge more, they'll kick me off. But that's the only way they regulate. The non-consensual tows, the trespassing tows, is a different story altogether. We are only asking for the non-consensual tows. And they have a right, FHP has a right to clear that road. That's why they are so picky about who they allow onto their agenda. And they come and inspect us once a year. They require certain equipment, they require certain drivers. Am I up?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
3 minutes flies.
Okay, it does fly, but thank you very much.
Mark McNamara?
Mr.
Did
Chairman,
you-
can I ask a
yes.
question? I want to ask you a question.
Councilman Santiago.
Is there someone, and I don't know how the council or the chairman would feel about this, is there someone within their group that we could designate, I guess, the expert that we can ask questions to from the private industry? I don't want to ask them the same question of every person, but if I don't know if they have an assigned person. If they do, okay. That way we can ask questions, from the private sector, at least from one person. I guess.
I'll have Glenn go last.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mark.
Good morning. I'm Mark McNamara with representing Daytona Wrecker, formerly John Hall Chevrolet with Glenn Ritchie. We've proudly been serving the community 39 years, and I'm a resident of the county for 57 years. Our purpose today is to address our towing rates, and I believe the numbers that you have gotten are wrong. I believe we are being misunderstood about the tow rates between trespass towing and law enforcement towing, which is non-consensual. So law enforcement is pretty much FHP, Florida Highway Patrol. The sheriff does have a contract, but that contract is just for the sheriff, and it's with one company, and that's not what we're here for. So I'd like to try and clear up this misunderstanding. Trespass towing is a tow requested by an owner of a business or a property for a vehicle that has been abandoned or not permitted to be on that property. These tows can be performed with a basic tow truck, a basic driver, minimal insurance, no lot requirement, no set hours, and 99% of those cars or vehicles are paid and picked up. Whereas law enforcement tows, which is non-consensual for highway patrol, approximately 63% of vehicles are picked up. 37 are left behind and never paid for. We have specific equipment that were required and trucks, extremely expensive insurance such as work comp, cargo, liability, garage keeper, etc. Large storage impounds and requirements that mandate us to have at least 250 vehicle spots. We also have to have security, 24, lights, cameras, fencing, stuff like that. Emergency readiness, 24/7, 365 a year, including for hurricanes, flooding, holidays, with trained drivers and commercial driver's license. Hopefully, this explains the difference between the trespass and the law enforcement. We are not seeking an increase for trespass towing. It can stay where it's at. We are asking for an alignment with the rates established by Flagler County for law enforcement towing, which is FHP, giving its proximity and similar population to our county. Any questions?
We're going to hold those to the end.
Thank you for your time.
Amanda Balboa.
Hello. Thank you for hearing us out today. To provide some clarity, we are not asking for
Miss
trespass
Amanda,
towing.
if you could just pull that mic down closer.
Sorry, how
Use
about
a
now?
little taller.
No, you're good. I just wanted to provide some clarity. We're not asking for the trespass towing. That's kind of why I was asking if I could speak in conjunction with Ms. Janine. We are not asking about trespass towing whatsoever. We are also not talking about the individual contract with the Sheriff's Department. As much as I love Chitwood, there was no reason to get him involved. That's not what we're asking about. So there just some misinformation or at least slight confusion. We're pleased to see that we were on the agenda for the rate change, and we appreciate your time in that. We've been unable to secure a meeting to speak with you guys about this, and I feel like a lot of these misconceptions probably could have been hammered out a lot quicker. Unfortunately, some of these rates are inaccurate. As Ms. Janine stated, maybe they've changed since. 2 of those counties are not correct. It also did not include Putnam County. Our 5 neighboring counties is Brevard, Putnam Lake, Flagler, and Seminole. Obviously, that would weigh the average very greatly, especially seeing that Putnam is one of the highest in the area. So those numbers are inaccurate. Based on that alone, I don't think you should be able to pass that because the numbers are literally wrong. So the math is inaccurate. I'm sure I don't need to tell you guys everything has increased. Labor rates have increased. You know, our trucks are through the roof. It's been a very long time, and I apologize. I've gotten off focus because I wanted to answer those questions. Anyway, our proposed structure rate's unacceptable. It's not accurate. It's not fair. If there's anything you can do to help, we appreciate it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. I think we're going to hold questions till the for Glenn at the end.
Okay.
John Rogers.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. Staff, thank you. I know it takes a lot to put this package together. You guys just dealt with the insurance after the hurricanes. We've been dealing with it for 10 years. $400,000 and $500,000 a year to insure its fleet. 24/7, 365. If a semi goes over on I-4 right now or 95 right now, the road shut down, call on one of us. We got to respond with a truck called a rotator, which is over $1 million, and a 50-ton, which is $700,000. About the cost of your fire engines. The only thing is, we only have 5 to 7 years to pay for them. Not like a house, you got a 30-year mortgage. We got 7 years to pay for $1 million piece of equipment. We got to staff it. We got to be ready 24/7. When the roads are shut down, and you guys are in traffic, you don't want to be in traffic. It costs commerce a lot of money, and our job is to get there. The manager's right. We have a contract with the sheriff. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. However, we're talking about the DOT and the FHP and the requirements that they have, and you guys said it. He's 100% right. If you guys didn't said it, the public would get fleeced. You guys have to put the board together to investigate overcharging. Some counties are using their code enforcement, but that's your next meeting. We're here because we desperately need an increase, and we're asking this board, the policymakers, to adopt the Flagler County rate. Flagler County did sit down with the towers. Putnam County sat down with the towers. The staff did, not the board members. And they went down line item by line item by line item by line item and hashed it out, and they came to that price. We are asking you guys to do the same thing. We didn't have a chance to go line item by line item with your staff. We tried. You guys heard me. We asked for a meeting. We tried. Flagler did. Putnam did. Putnam is much higher than Flagler. So we would ask the policy board to adopt the Flagler County rate. Thank you.
John Nicholson.
John Nixon, Daytona Beach side. I don't have a dog in the fight.
Can't hear you. Thank you.
I don't have a dog in the fight, but it's something that has come up before and will come again. I think they've answered the question whether there's a contract or not. Whether they're bound by a contract and they can't get a raise, or they're not bound by a contract and they can get a raise. If that's solved and they can get a raise, they should get a raise, because in the past you've had not only this group but other groups 20 years, 17 years, 15 years. Those are too long. Okay, we're not accustomed to the inflation that we've had the last 2 or 3 years. It's unusual, but it does happen. And they got caught in it, and we have to rectify it. They shouldn't lose their businesses. They shouldn't want for anything because inflation came and crippled them. All right? If they could get a raise, we should give it to them to make them whole. But I'm asking you, and the reason why I'm up here, is to hit home again the fact we should not allow anything to go 10, 15, 20, 30 years without a review. Now, I think I've convinced one person, Mr. Kent, that it should be done on a regular basis. Every year or two is too often. It's very time-consuming on the staff. But we should have every contract listed on a hard drive, and then when it comes to 5 years, it pops up. Let's take a look at it. Because we lost the half-penny sales tax because we went 17 years without increasing a tax. We needed that half-penny sales tax for our infrastructure, and we lost it. Okay, I'm asking you to go through everything that we have in our documents, and anything over 5 years, let's take a look at. You may not want to change it, but at least look at it and make sure that nothing goes too long, because every year they're losing money if we don't update it. So I'm asking you to ask staff to look at what we have in contracts and to update all of them, and none of them should be more than 5 years out of date. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker before he comes up, Glenn, you can start walking this way, Glenn Lando. The Councilman Santiago has asked, can we ask questions? That's a change of our rules. I'm not opposed to it, but I want to ask the council if anybody is opposed to that. We have a rule that we don't ask questions to speakers because of time, and although the county staff often deals with issues at the back of the room after they're done. Is anybody opposed to it?
Chairman, no. If you don't mind, I just want to publicly say I'm not opposed to it. I actually like the idea. I just don't want this to become a part of our rules.
That's why I'm saying this, because it's kind of a dangerous
I wanted to publicly say it,
step.
that I'm okay with it now, but it doesn't mean I'm going to be okay with it if it happens again.
Okay.
I think it's appropriate today.
Mr. Chairman, if I can add to that, I think it's
Attorney's good? Okay.
I just want to add to that. On a case-by-case basis, we'd consider it. I think it warranted, and it saves us time to, and it gives it, I think, I'm almost kind of thinking about it almost like a land use issue. So it gives the applicant, not an applicant, but.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Could I just add, because I want to avoid some confusion on it. So your staff, Ms. Jennings, walked through and did a survey of rates with your neighboring counties. We're dealing with a state law that we're waiting for the governor to sign. We're assuming he'll sign it. That takes effect July 1. That requires us, your county staff, subject to whatever you decide, have a process for investigating complaints for towers that are not charging the right rate. Part of the new law that Mr. Brown mentioned is adding language that if you don't set a maximum rate, you default to basically FHP rate. So basically, there's going to be a rate maximum set. Question is whether you set it or would you defer to the FHP. So you have a list of towing rates with a variety of fees. Everyone's see some variation in them. But two terms you see a lot, the top two, you can't see it on the sheet, but it's the non-consensual tow and the trespass tow. That does not distinguish between a sheriff-directed tow versus a private property owner. But the sheriff's rate, even though he has got a process for selecting towers and has a contract, the sheriff will be subject to your maximum rate. Now, he's got contracts that have to expire that have rates that are identical to your current ones. Eventually, they expire in 2025, I believe, August of 2025. Whatever you do on rates will then apply to the sheriff. So your staff's met with the sheriff's office. They're agreeable, understand that whatever you decide today, they would also be subject to. So everyone is subject to it in Volusia County, except for on the state highways. Right.
Okay. Glenn, if you would stick to the 3 minutes to begin with, and then we'll have some questions for you. Thank you.
I am Glenn Landau Briar's Towing Service, 722 North Seagrave Street, Daytona Beach. I'd like to touch on some of the questions and confusion that it appears the council has. First, you have to understand, these rates only cover Florida Highway Patrol and trespass towing. Most of the cities have their own record service agreements where the tower pays for the right to provide service. The Volusia County Sheriff's is the same way. They bid their contract out. The tower that pays the most back to the agency has exclusive rights. Back in the day, it was called a franchise fee. I'm not sure what term they use today to skirt around Florida Statute 1250147, the sixth red tab in your book. So their agreements are not affected unless they amend those agreements or rebid them. The misrepresentation on the spreadsheet, which is in your yellow tab, I'm looking at this here. Seminole County's incorrect. St. Johns County's going up for an increase. Brevard's incorrect, and Orange County's incorrect. They were updated in 22, 23, and 2008. The Seminole and Orange, they've all dropped the 10-mile free, along with a bunch of other ones. The cost of living increase, as I've indicated, spoke other times, in the last 22 years is 58.6%. Your orange and purple tabs in your book. We're being offered 12% on our Class A. 90% of our work is Class A work. And, we all know trespass towing is the black eye of the industry. If District 2 is here, he can probably come in. The numbers I believe you got from the sheriff, they're probably low because those are the rogue companies that are not turning them in. Mark spoke about trespass towing. Most of the complaints come from trespass towing. They're unregulated companies. They don't care. They don't own their properties. They can run across that bridge and grab 2 to 3 cars in a time I can do one law enforcement call. They don't have the freedom, we don't have the freedom they do to only work when they want. Our offices have to be staffed. We're on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Whether it's a holiday, a hurricane, rain, shine, flooding, we have to be out there. We have to respond. Our sister counties are Flagler to the north, Putnam, Lake, Seminole, and Brevard. They were the ones that should have been used, and every one of their rates are higher. That's why we ask that, adopt them, but as far as trespass towing, freeze it. Do not increase it. You're giving them a license to steal, to make it more stringent. They need to be locked down to no increases. You can see Seminole County did it. Seminole County's enforcing it. All those little red tabs in your book that were provided to you, that's the laws we have to follow. These 44 pages here are what our laws are going to change to July 1st that we still have to amend. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Glenn, for being the one to take the questions. I felt it was appropriate to get questioning of your expertise. And thank you, John, for being here. I have a lot of respect for you, too. I want you to know that as I go through these questions, it's a part of balancing, right? We have a role to play here to also make sure we watch for the constituents, to make sure they're not being gouged. And I'm not accusing that. I just wanted to preface my questions. I think there's some confusion, at least in my part. The scenario that John explained a few minutes ago, when he gets that call on the highway, it's blocked, and you got to bring out all these. What category does that fall under?
That's under your non-consensual rate, which is your highway patrol. Most of our cities and counties, they all have their own agreements and contracts, so they're not even going to be affected unless they adopt these rates. But highway patrol is our main concern. That's, they rotate, they use different companies, and we have to be there. We have to close those roads.
So the county rate does not apply to that?
They apply to Florida Highway Patrol, yes.
Oh, so not the county rate?
The county rate, yes, applies to it.
Okay, so then that, I'm sorry, I got. Okay, so that, if the change that you're all asking us to do today would apply in that category?
Yes,
correct?
Florida Highway Patrol.
And you're asking us to not touch the trespass tow side of things,
My
correct?
personal opinion, and probably everyone that runs a legitimate towing company, freeze non-consensual tow. That's where the complaints come from. Those people are going to get paid. They go over the bridge, they grab these cars, and they're holding them hostage for the people. You increase that rate for them, it's a win for them.
All right, let me give you another scenario. Sheriff's office pulls me over and the deputy decides this car is getting towed. If we change this rate today, would that rate affect that scenario?
If they amend their contract, which usually have a clause in there that they can amend it annually with the same increase, so if it was a 20% increase, they can ask for a 20% increase from the tower to pay them. So basically, they're under contract. Any of the cities that are under contract, they're not automatically going to go up. The only
I'm
rate
with you.
is
I'm with you on the contract side, but the rate would apply to that
only only if they amend it
The
or
contract.
do a new contract, which Florida statute changed back in, I don't know, 2022. Florida statute 1250147 that says they can't accept money anymore. So 25%.
You talking about the sheriff's office?
All of them,
Oh.
all cities.
That was going to be my next question. But in essence, it would, in July, as we heard, July 2025, that contract's up potential for renewal.
If depending on how they renew it. If
Okay.
they go back to rotation like they used to, we don't know.
And I think we heard earlier today, too, that the sheriff's office receives some monies back from you all. Can you give us some insight on that?
Well, the towing companies that do the work for the sheriff's department, I think there's 3 zones now, 3 companies doing it, and they all pay back, and I don't know what the number is. I've heard anywhere from $100 to $130 a tow, so I don't know what the exact numbers are.
Any of your colleagues here do any of that work?
Amanda would and John would.
What's the number? 117.77?
113, you said?
Okay. So for every time a sheriff's deputy calls towing company to tow, the sheriff's office gets $117. Well, it goes to the sheriff's office, from what I understand.
It's passed through.
Okay, I'll ask that question separately. Sorry, I don't want to engage in dialogue back and forth. So I'll get clarification from our staff. So if they get 117 and the cap
125. That's what it is now.
Okay, now I'm even more confused.
I agree.
Wait, please let Glenn answer.
So the cap is 125, and you got to give the sheriff's office $117?
Correct. That's why, you know.
It's a tax.
Most of these laws that you see here in these little red tabs, I was involved in writing with them, and that was one of the reasons why we did Florida Statute 1250147, and yet Volusia County is probably the only county out of the 67 counties now that is still, and I'm going to use the term that I use through legislator, it's an extortion fee against the towing companies.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. If I can get staff up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, which one?
Well, maybe if she's deferred to someone else, you don't have to leave. So. Can you bring some clarification to this 117 that they're saying they pay back?
It's an administrative fee, but just, what I understand is most of the towing bills that they're getting that have a lot of other things added into it. So
Figured
it's
that.
not a $125 bill typically for non-consensual towing that the sheriff is the sheriff is doing. It could run up to $500 or $600, $700, and so 117
for the
for
owner
the tow.
of the vehicle. For the
Right.
owner of the vehicle.
Right.
And I figured there were other fees.
Right.
I assume that. There was a statement made also that that money reverts back to the county from the sheriff's office.
It is
that true?
invoiced by the sheriff, and it comes back to the sheriff. Now, if it goes into a sheriff's account, but, as far as I know, it goes back to the sheriff's department.
The sheriff's money is all in, it goes to the sheriff, who then has it, does photo us, and then goes right back to the sheriff, because we see those numbers, and Ryan's gonna come and talk about it. We anticipate, because we have a lot of history, and then they get rebudgeted right back to the sheriff. Yeah.
The only reason I'm up here is because George said I would, but he has it nailed appropriately. The amount of money that the sheriff receives from the tow companies, pursuant to statute, all fees for service that the sheriff charges, whether it's the City of Deltona contract or tow contract or whatever it is, all those fees for service are remitted back to the county. We have those revenues budgeted in the sheriff's fund as a revenue source to offset how much his budget is. So we pre-plan how much tow fees will be for funding the sheriff's budget. So the money does bounce around, but ultimately it's used by the sheriff's office.
Okay. I think I have something else, Mr. Chair. Back to Glenn. Thank you. I know I threw the question about AAA and Allstate, and I knew the rate was going to be low. Go to the mic, please.
That AAA is all, it's all different ballgame, and those rates now, what they're paying the tower, are considerably higher than what, Helen said. A lot of these issues could have been resolved if we sat down with staff like we did in '98 and 2002. I mean, there's just been a lot of changes, and the biggest confusion again is difference between trespass towing and non-consensual. When we originally did these ordinances, even through 71507 through the legislature, we didn't break them apart. Now we all have the opportunity to break them apart. And if you go back and look and review some of these cities, Seminole County, our sister city, they have 2 different rates, and trespass towing is considerably less. No mileage, no nothing. I mean, it's just flat rated. Don't even give them the gate fees if they're going to be out there grabbing those cars. And I mean, we all do it. We have to, but it's the black eye buyer industry, and we don't make that our goals.
Yeah, no, I get it. Let me just stop you. Hopefully, one last question. If I get called for a tow, well, sheriff's office goes to tow my vehicle, and I don't know if you have a contract with the sheriff's office. Well, maybe based on your knowledge, what would that cost be to me, an average? I don't have to hold you to the exact number. For that vehicle to stay there one day. You pick up my vehicle here in DeLand, and it goes to your yard for one day. What is that average tow cost for me?
Basically, if it's depending on how many miles, you'd have 125. You'd have mileage if it was over the mileage, and then you'd have 1 day storage. That basically, well, if it comes in, storage goes by calendar day. So if it came in on Tuesday and you picked it up on Wednesday, you possibly would have 2 day storage if it was over so many hours.
To what average per day storage?
$25, $20 a day, $40. So you'd have 40, 125, 160. I think for some reason, I know through my office, through some of my contracts, most of them are 189.25. It was towed one day and picked up the next.
No other fees?
That's all you'd have. Tow, storage.
So under that scenario, I know that's a very basic scenario, but under that scenario, approximately $180, $175. 117 of that goes back to the sheriff's office?
Complained about it for years. That's why legislative made a statute that's not being followed in Volusia County.
So if that 117 wasn't there, the consumer would pay $50?
If that wasn't there, it would have went to rotation, what it used to be prior to 5-8 years ago. And no, they would have paid whatever the county rate would have been.
No, assuming everybody was being honest in the business, right?
Well, you're legitimate companies. Your companies that are all here representing, they're honest companies. The trespass towers or the rogue towers.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I know I'm kind of really diving deep, but I just like to get this fundamental understanding from me and what's happening to the consumer. If that 117 wasn't there, essentially the remaining amount, you get $50 approximately under that scenario.
Right.
And you do it every day they call you.
Yep.
And if they called you every day and said $50, would you continue to do it?
Basically, I stopped doing sheriff's towing. I stopped bidding it because...
But people are doing it.
Yeah, the county's getting
and
more than the tower is. It wasn't worth it.
They're taking that average.
Yeah. It's for the volume of the work, and then if the vehicles don't get picked up, you junk them. But, now with motorhomes and boats, we're paying to dispose of this stuff. So it got to where paying the cities to do their work became, not worth it.
Yeah, and I'll leave with this, Mr. Chair. I'm not denying costs have gone up, and I'm really just trying to drive deep, trying to balance.
Oh, I understand.
Your needs and protecting consumers.
I've done this for 47 years, and I fully understand how confused staff had to be to work on this because I had to call some of the counties and some of the operators in those counties and say, okay, how does your rate work? Because it makes no sense to me.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Johansson, do you have a question for Glenn?
For Janine.
Okay.
So, I'm now a little upset that I didn't do a little more Flagler research, but what was the impetus for Flagler moving forward? Do you know?
I don't.
All right.
But I would like to clarify one thing that was just said, just so you know. That line item that's paid to the sheriff in that bid, it is a line item They can put in whatever they want. I mean, they can bid what they want. Those prices, as you heard, they're different. I mean, and I think we have one that's even just $25 back. So that is the price that bidders put in to try to win that bid. And it's a multiple award. It's not one vendor. It's a multiple award.
And that's kind of going down to my next question. This non-consensual, that is a contracted item.
Yeah, the sheriff's non-consensual. When we talk about, the first thing I said was non-consensual is law enforcement. So it could be the highway patrol, but that is, those prices on non-consensual are what we put into our solicitation and we live by in the sheriff's office.
So the companies that are here today entered in a contract 3 years ago and an agreed upon price that we're talking about renegotiating now?
They entered into a contract that had the non-consensual, they could only bid those non-consensual set prices. Then anything optional in there they asked for, including the money that they bid to pay back to the sheriff, gets included in their total contract.
I got that.
And
And
so-
that's the argument right now, that we want to raise the rate that they contracted to 3 years ago.
Correct.
Okay.
But they want it for the whole. They want to change the ordinance so that they can also apply those same rates to Florida Highway Patrol and any other law enforcement agency. It sounds like it's Florida Highway Patrol relies on our ordinance to set their rates, but we also rely on our own rates in our bid process.
So stay there, County Attorney. The current Florida statute is gonna, if we can't come up with a plan, it will fall back to the Florida Highway Patrol rates, and the Florida Highway Patrol rates are dependent on us right now?
So there is
Did I screw that up?
No, I think that's an accurate summation, but, so House Bill 179 has not been signed by the governor yet.
If and when it does.
It adds a subsection D to Florida statute 125.0103, which is applicable to counties, and then in 166 as well, which will be applicable to municipalities. And it says a county, it will say, once the governor signs it, a county or municipality that has established maximum rates as described in paragraph C, which is what you're talking about here, must establish such rates on its website and publish process for investigating and resolving complaints regarding fees. Okay, we talked about that. Last sentence says, in areas where no maximum rates as described in paragraph C have been established, the maximum rates established by the Division of Florida Highway Patrol under Florida Statute 321.051 subsection 2 apply. Now what I've heard, I think the gentleman said today, is that it seems like FHP defaults to the county's published rates currently, but as I read the statute, I would presume that FHP is in the process of establishing rates based on the new statute.
Got it. But I think my concern right now, and I know, enough about contracts to be dangerous, that we are capable of doing contracts that have CPI increases in them if we need them, and this may or may not have been done here.
It was, there is, this was one of their earlier contracts, so it doesn't have an out clause and it doesn't have a change clause in it. That is why it needs to die before we can do anything with it.
Okay. And it was done 3 years ago. It wasn't renewed. It was initiated
The
3
brand new
years
bid,
ago.
correct.
And that contract didn't have any stipulation that said if inflation goes down and things get much better and insurance goes down, not that it ever will, that their rates would go down accordingly, or it would.
My understanding, they may put, if I had to guess, they'll put it in, but they did not have any price redetermination language like our standard contracts have. Our standard contracts with the county have an option for unusual costs and also using a CPI or PPI to increase or decrease pricing.
But that doesn't occur in this contract.
Did not occur in this contract.
And there's 2 more years left in this contract.
1 year.
1 year.
25.
Got it. I'm very curious to know if Flagler was renegotiating, and that's what brought him to the table. I want to know what the motivation was, and it may have been some advocation by, or advocating by the vendors as well. But I'm going to look into that a little bit. If you find anything, let me know. Thank you.
One
Thank
thing
you,
that
Chairman.
does along that line, it occurs to me, with this law coming into play, and the fact that the default rate will be the state rate, if you don't have a maximum rate, and the fact that every county around seems to be right now changing that rate, tells me that I think the industry wanted to make sure that counties had a maximum rate set. Otherwise, it would go to the state default rate, and that could be an average of the entire state. I don't know where they're going to come. The turnpike rate right now happens to be our rate, 125. So, you know, I think that that's, you know, not a coincidence. Every single county seems to be facing this right now. I'm pretty sure it's being driven so that to make sure that a county has an acceptable maximum rate versus the default rate for the state.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna make a motion, Mr. Chair, and my motion is because I think there's still unanswered questions, at least for me. I think today's hearing has brought some more confusion, and specifically because the only rate that we're being asked to change is the other rate,
Non-consensual.
non-consensual rate, and I'm concerned with information that I don't have any other data from the sheriff's office. I know the sheriff's office said that they'd accept whatever we did, but I don't know if they'd accept what I'm thinking about proposing, because I'm looking for the consumer. And I'm very concerned with some of the pieces that I've heard. And I don't want to be upset with it because I don't have the other side's information, and why we may be charging these administrative fees. It may be a valid reason. And also with the fact that this state law that comes into effect July, I'm also encouraged now to propose, I'll just say this, Mr. Chair, I move that we table this item until second meeting in August. The reason for that date is that it gives the state law to be enacted. It allows the state to come up with some rulemaking possibly within that window that would give us some more guidance. I don't want to displace the fact that you have a legitimate concern, but I don't have enough information to fight for you, fight for the public. There's still more information for me, because if I go to a vote today, I'm a no, because I don't have enough. And that's just me, I'm one vote. But I think in my opinion, we owe it to get more data on this, learning what I think we've learned today with how these fees are being assessed. Yes, everything's gone up, but everything's gone up for the consumers too. The person paying for that tow, their life expenses have gone up too. So we got to be very, very careful that these people can remain in business. They're charging a legitimate fee, and that our consumers are being watched for, and making sure that fees within those fees are not a tax. I have a personal opinion that I've had for years, that anytime government collects money, I don't care what you title it, if it goes to the government, it's a tax. I don't care what other names you have on it. And we need to watch for all of those taxes at any time. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
that's
so
my motion.
The motion on the floor is to table this into the second meeting of August. Is there a second? And if there is no second, that motion.
Chairman, I want to hear from the other people, because I think Mr. Santiago brings up a very valid point about needing some more information. I'm pleased that we are having the conversation. There's possibly going to be some movement here, but I guess procedurally, if you want a second right now or it's going to die, I'm going to second it.
Okay. Vice Chair Kent makes the second for the purpose of discussion. Councilman Robbins?
Thanks, Chair. To all of our towing folks, we hear you loud and clear. I think it's a very mature approach that Mr. Santiago has proposed, and I think it's going to give us an opportunity to look at things holistically, look at all sides of this. Sometimes slow is fast, and it'll give a chance for the state to do whatever they're trying to do, but also to give us the opportunity to look at everything and what's best for everything and try to find a middle ground on here. That way it's not one-sided, no-sided, and you know, I want everybody to be as happy as possible. I think this is the right way to do it. So, David, I'm going to support you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, kind of with all due respect, I kind of disagree with you guys. This has been 22 years, and just looking, I believe we should recommend the Flagler rates because these guys haven't had an adjustment in 22 years. You know, again, I believe in free enterprise and a laissez-faire economy. I don't think that we should be telling these guys what they should be capped at. None of this appears to be punitive or extortion or anything like that. I don't think they're unfair. I mean, they're not even doubling their rates. I think everything has doubled in the last 22 years. Real estate's doubled, gas has doubled, everything's doubled over the last 22 years. They're not even asking to double their rates. And to make them wait anything longer would be unfair. I mean, think about the typical scenario. You have a car wreck, and I mean, we're not capping what the emergency room doctors can charge the patients when they come in. We're not capping what the ambulance crew can charge for the ambulance ride to the hospital. Why are we going to cap what these guys are going to get for towing the cars away? I mean, nothing here seems exorbitant. It's just the whole, I believe the intent of this whole law is to just keep people from getting fleeced. And I don't see any evidence of any fleecing through these prices. So I think, I disagree. I think we should vote today, and I would recommend that we vote for the Flagler rates. Thanks.
I'm not sure if we're keeping up with the list, but
I did
okay, Councilman Robbins.
And Don, I agree with you. In terms of the rates, that very well may be the direction that I go, but also too, I don't want to go in this thing half-cocked with not. There may be just a little bit more to this to get me over that line, because I do believe that I don't think that they should also be absorbing the burden of inflationary spending that's coming from other places. So we're all feeling it. I just think we can do this 100% the right way. I think we can get there, maybe close. That's where I'm at. But I'd like to see the additional information and just and weigh it all out, Don. But I get what you're coming. I just think we need to look at it just a little bit more.
Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, thank you. And I wanted to add what Danny's saying. That my approach is not for or against the tower's position yet. Just in what's surfaced, I think for me, Don, is that when I don't have that opposing side to my questioning said to me that $175 tow, and the most simple standard, right, of a tow in 2 day stay, 117 of that goes to the government. That muddies the water for me to say, what's going on here? Is this system broken? Is it a legitimate fee that the sheriff's office should charge? I don't know, but they're not here to speak on it. So that's why I can't go to the far to make a decision. That's why I would vote no if it were today. We need answers to that. And if it's not needed, what protections or what things can we change to ensure that we heard $25? So it seems like it's a one-sided, a wild, wild west as to how that fee is assessed. I don't know. But let us get information and make that decision. That's why I propose to table it, just so you know.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I disagree. I mean, I agree with you about the government shouldn't be taking a cut of this. I mean, I think it gives a disincentive for, like in a DUI case, when the officer could give the person a choice of calling a family member to pick up the car as opposed to having it towed. And I would always encourage them to let a family member take the car. But, you know, now I find out there's an incentive, a fiscal incentive for the sheriff to have the car towed potentially, as opposed to, I'm gathering that. But still, I don't think it's fair to make these guys wait any longer to get what's probably 5 to 10 years past due. I mean, inflation has just been running amok the last couple of years, so I think they kind of need it sooner than later. So I think we could probably pass it and then look into that later on about cutting the county's share out and amending it. But as far as adopting the Flagler rates now, I think it'd be better to do it now than later. Thanks.
Thank you. It's David. On one hand, I think I think it makes a lot of sense. This is confusing. We've heard a lot of things that we really hadn't had time to consider. But Don, I think I'm leaning your way. One of the things that I see is that this is not really a free market system, because all these non-consensual tows, it's not supply and demand. They don't have any say, and maybe they broke the law, they parked in the wrong place. So we're being asked to be the cap to keep people from being fleeced, and yet these companies are mandated to go and tow at a rate that we approve, which is not part of the free market system. So it's confusing. So if you don't agree with it, we can, we're getting ready to take a vote. We can vote this down, and then you could make another motion to approve Flagler. But right now, the motion on the floor is to table until the second meeting in August. For me, I think that's too long. We could do it in July, but the motion is second meeting in August. Councilman Robbins.
Chair, can we ask Councilman Santiago if he'd be amicable? And staff, can we get this information back quicker than second meeting of August? I mean, we've already hashed out the meat and potatoes of this. If we're just needing a little bit more information, can we get it like the next meeting, and that way it gives an ease of comfort instead of dragging this thing out? Or
not in the next meeting, because tomorrow we'll be setting the agenda for the next meeting. So I would say the earliest I could do it would be, we only have one meeting in July.
Okay.
So I would say maybe the first meeting in August would be the best I could do.
I Mr. Chair, if I can, I'm okay with that. And that also gives time for the state law to be enacted, for us to see what the results of that were during that time period too. What rulemaking or anything the state made. So again, I picked the last meeting in August because I knew we didn't have a first meeting in July. So
I just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything. Be methodical about this. I don't. They need every opportunity, and I'm supporting everybody here. I just want to make sure we.
Yeah, and not to be insensitive, and 2 meetings, 3 meetings to wait, and I know you've waited 22 years, but 3 meetings to wait to get it right. Hopefully, I think it's not a lot to ask for.
Mr. Santiago, are you amending the date?
To the first meeting in August.
Thank you for asking. Yeah, I'll amend the date accordingly if my second is okay with it.
And as the seconder of the motion, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so the motion on the floor right now is the first meeting in August to bring this back. I would, I'm going to call for the vote. I'll just say this, that I think it would be a good idea if this passes and it's going to August, that I hope that the tow truck drivers will reach out to council, and you have to ask us individually because we can't meet
Mr.
together.
Chair, could I just also, using that time from here to August, will give us time that we will meet with the.
Okay. That's where I was going.
Right. The staff will meet with
Saw
them.
it coming.
I would like to ask that maybe they come up with a small committee of 3 or 4. I don't need to meet with the entire industry.
Here they are.
If they could do that, then we can use that time to meet with them.
Mr. Chair, can I add the guidance to that, if you may?
Yes. Councilman Santiago.
At the same time, get with the sheriff's office, right, to find out.
Oh, we will definitely be with the sheriff's office as well.
Okay.
We work hand in hand with them. And again, perspective, there's a body of work that's the sheriff, but this is much larger than the sheriff. So it's not all on his shoulders or anything either. There's a lot there. But we'll meet with the industry, and that'll give us that time The good news is, I think we have direction to know that we are going to be updating them. They should take a little comfort in that. Now it's just, what numbers are we going to look at and use? And we'll also update. We'll go back and update because it is a changing environment. So we'll go back and update those numbers from the various counties and make sure we have what we were supposed to have.
And if if our legal department can get an answer to Glenn's comment about, I think the term they used to use the word franchise fees, and he thinks there's a legal issue there as to how that fee is being assessed also. I'd like to get a legal analysis on that.
We'll discuss that at the meeting, yes, sir. When we meet with them, we'll discuss and we'll bring it back.
Thank you.
Okay. I think for me, that makes a big difference. So I will, the motion on the floor now is to table to the first meeting in August, and between now and then, staff will meet with you. You can meet with any council member that you request a meeting with, and Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Robbins.
No.
Mr. Santiago.
Excuse me.
Hold up. Let me restate the motion clearly for all of us. The motion on the table is that we table this until the first meeting in August. It's a simple.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for catching that. Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. So the motion passes 5 to 1.
5 to 1.
And we will see you in August. Thank you all. That brings us to item 5, resolution 2024 rezoning from prime agriculture A1.
Mr. Brower, you actually skipped over item 4.
That means it passed, right?
I did. Maybe I need some. Item 4, alcohol, drug, and mental health funding.
Yes, sir. Brad Burball, Director of Community Services. So the presentation is part of the packet, but if it's the council's pleasure, I can offer some introductory comments unless there's a motion to approve one of the options provided on page 4-12.
Are there any questions? Is there a motion? David Santiago moves to approve.
Second, Johansson.
There needs to, so there's 4 options for you. I would recommend, staff recommendation is C,
Option C.
which is using some ARPA funds, and it would result in $500,000 in general fund savings.
Move to approve with staff recommendations.
Item C.
Jake, one point of clarification, Mr.
Okay.
Chair, if I may, is we've selected one of the agencies in the agenda item to receive the ARPA funds. I would ask that you give staff a little bit of leeway there in terms of determining what agency get the ARPA funds, because there's additional reporting. So rather than us just selecting Halifax, give us the opportunity to negotiate with these.
Would you like to amend your motion?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I amend my motion to include staff guidance to issue the funds accordingly as stated by Mr. Brett.
Thank you.
And is there a second to the motion yet?
Second, Johansson with a question.
And Councilman Johansson makes the second. And you said you had a question?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Dr. B. So with that stipulation for the ARPA funds, at the end of the day, everybody gets the same amount that option C shows, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Any comment on the motion, which is to allow staff guidance to negotiate? We do have questions. Questions or comments? Vice Chair Kent.
Just a comment, Chairman, and Council. I just want you all to know that I had a healthy conversation with Dr. Burball yesterday in depth about this. And my comfort level was put at so much ease because of his competency and his professionalism, and I just wanted to publicly state that. He's a great driver at the helm for things like this. So, Dr. Burbaugh, thank you.
And Michael Dyer. Was that an accident? That was a pocket dial? Any other comments, questions? Then, Krista, would you call the roll?
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey. Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. And the motion is approved unanimously, 6-0. And that brings us to item 5, rezoning prime agriculture. And Director Irvin.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Today, coming to you is a request for rezoning by the property owner. This is coming to you with a recommendation of approval from both the staff and the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. The subject property is currently zoned A1. The applicant is requesting a rezoning to A2. This is consistent with the adopted future land use map. Staff has reviewed it. The main issue is that the property owner seeks to divide the property for 2 separate parcels. That has been identified that is feasible with the zoning, but there are wetlands on site which do not count towards the density requirements, and the applicant is aware of those issues. Wants to proceed forward with the rezoning. Again, it's coming forward to you with a recommendation of approval from both your staff and the PLDRC. We're available if there's any questions.
Just a quick question. This, as I understand it, they're not making this change to develop with 12 houses. They want to add another house for a family member. Okay.
Motion to approve, Chairman.
Second, Johansson.
We have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Kent, second by Councilman Johansson. Any other questions, comments?
Just a quick comment, and I'll just almost repeat what I said about Dr. Burbaugh. You know, I'm not an expert in land use and planning, but Clay Irvin is. And it carries a lot of weight with me when I read the report, Clay, and see that you and your staff have gone through this with a fine-tooth comb, and you all are recommending approval. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor? Any other comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 6-0. And now we have a series of resolution. We'll start with item 6, resolution awarding non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection and disposal franchises to Anderson Rentals.
Good morning, Council, Chair. Couldn't have said it any better myself, Mr. Chair. This is a non-exclusive commercial waste hauling agreement with Anderson Rentals. We estimate an annual fee revenue of $1,800, and we recommend approval.
Okay. Any
Move
questions?
to approve, Johansson.
We have a motion to approve by Councilman Johansson.
Second, Kent.
Second by Vice Chair Kent. Questions? David Santiago.
Nope, Chairman, a comment. I'll wait for the debate, or unless you want to do it now.
Are there any questions? Then for comments, David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank staff for proposing it again as a non-exclusive. I think last year it said the same thing. I certainly wish our cities would follow that methodology and as part of educating the public as to how this process works. I want to say what happens in other government entities that do not do non-exclusive, they pay the government additional monies to have this agreement, and then what that does is that it raises the cost of your trash, particularly in the commercial sector is really what it happens. So you'll see where you would, a scenario, you'll get a container, or you have to get a container for your commercial or any other area. That fee in some cases 3 to 4 times more than it is in the private sector for you to get if they did not have this agreement. So in other words, we're doing it right. We're letting the free market work its way, and I'm happy that it's this way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Any other comments, questions? All in favor of the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item 6 passes unanimously 6-0, which brings us to item 7, and also a non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection and disposal franchise to Hubbard Construction Company.
Move to approve, Johansson.
Second.
This motion is made to approve by Councilman Johansson, and the second was by Vice Chair Kent. And apparently they don't have any questions for you. Any comments? Michael Dyer.
I have to apologize, Mr. Chair. Apparently, I keep hitting the button inadvertently.
Actually, I see Russ doing it when you're not looking.
It's your birthday, right?
Yeah, sorry
Yeah.
about that.
Okay. Questions, comments? All in favor of this non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0, which brings us to item 8, the next non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection and disposal franchise to JJ's Waste and Recycling.
Move to approve, Johansson.
Second.
Nobody wants to hear from you this morning.
Perfectly okay with
Motion to approve by Jake Johansson, second by Vice Chair Kent. Questions, comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that resolution also passes unanimously 6-0. Bringing us to item 9, amendment number 1 to agreement number WG002 with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and Budget Resolution appropriating grant funds with a revenue of $12,750,000.
Correct. So this is an amendment similar to the one we had at the last meeting. DEP is granting us an additional $12 million plus for our southeast regional wastewater reclamation facility, which is down in Oak Hill and serves Oak Hill and portions of Edgewater. This doubles the amount of grant money we have earmarked for this project to just under $25 million. We anticipate design being complete this summer and substantial completion of the construction in the winter of 2026. We recommend approval of this amendment and be happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Are there any questions for Director Bartlett? Is there a motion?
Motion approved, Johansson.
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilman Johansson, a second by Councilman Robbins. Comments, questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion is approved for the revenue of $12.7 million in item 9, which brings us to item 10.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
For item 10, I was just informed this morning that we were informed by the Department of Transportation. This is a LAP agreement, so there's federal funding involved, and they had inadvertently missed a step in their review, and so out of an abundance of caution, I would ask that we remove this item and we'll place it back on a later meeting, hopefully the next one, but I would just say a later meeting pending the successful review of the Department of Transportation.
Okay, then can I get a motion to
Chairman.
table this to an undetermined date, but soon?
Yes, I'll make that motion, Chairman.
Second, Johansson.
Motion by Vice Chair Kent, second by Councilman Johansson to table it until we have all the information to bring it back. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 11, Ryan Osowski with a 5-year capital projects plan. Oh, Aaron.
Aaron's the guy that has to put up with everybody bringing this stuff to him, and so we'll let him give the presentation. We do have division and department heads available for questioning in the audience. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so just a really quick presentation. Most of the slides on here are here for your information purposes and the public, and then we're here to answer any questions that you have. Just to note on the process outline, this plan is reviewed and updated annually each year. Years 2 through 5 that are on all of the spreadsheets that were attached to this item, they are for financial planning purposes. The funding isn't appropriated until it's included in the budget, or it's brought forward to you guys in a budget resolution. So those are truly a plan that we do go back and update every year depending on change in direction or what have you. Some statistics for you to review, some facilities maintenance statistics, the criteria for types of projects, and then just a little funding request by project type. The capital replacement project, small capital, and capital improvement gives you a total, and then the funding not identified projects list over there on the far right. Tells you what capital replacement projects are, tells you what small capital and capital improvement projects are. We've been over this plenty of times before. And then capital improvement funding not identified. Presenting the projects with funding not identified was part of the internal audit recommendation that we've been following. Currently we have $945 million worth of projects where funding has not been identified. The majority of those projects are for roads. There will be a separate presentation on the road program brought at a later date. And then important to note, our capital program is mostly pay-as-you-go. We don't take out debt for our capital program unless it's in an enterprise fund or the Sunrail. We took out debt for Sunrail in the general fund. That's the only debt we have in there. And we do continually seek grants or other alternative funding sources to fund our projects whenever possible. And these are the highlighted large projects that we wanted to get in front of you for a little bit of direction, in addition to any questions that you might have on projects that are on the list. We have the judicial court complex that would require debt to fund a project of this size. The sheriff administration complex, which was a new request from the sheriff's office. And then the southeast area landfill construction. So this one is a large number. We will be taking out debt for this project. It is in the enterprise fund, the landfill fund. You wanna, okay. And then PFC, Emeroy Bennett Park Expansion Phase 1, that was part of the Hunden study. And then like I said, a more detailed presentation on the road projects will be brought back to council at a separate presentation. And then, like I said, we're available for any questions that you may have.
Just a quick question to you, and really just so that it's clear to the public. I know I'm getting emails, probably the rest of the council, about the funding for the motocross. People are asking me, when did you vote for that? We didn't vote for it. We will vote for it when we get all the information. This is on here because you do a good job of trying to plan for money. It's based on the figure that Representative Dempsey suggested. After hearing about 10 million, it's less. So anyway, so the public knows this is just good planning, but it will come back to the council.
So to that point, yes, we do have it in there for the budget for planning, right? And even a project of that size would come back to council later for a contract award anyway. So even if you approve the budget with that money in there, the contract's still coming back at a later date. So it's not just a one-time shot.
So the idea really is we are now in I won't say the final, but the really intense state of our budget preparation. So these are the capital parts that we have grouped and picked the time today to put them all together. In some years that did not occur, but I think after recommendations from our auditor and discussions with the council, it was important that we pulled these out and just talked about them separately. Direction is to go forth, and then they'll be put into the budget numbers, and you're going to see, is it the next meeting? Yeah, it will be the 5-year forecast, which is really putting in the presumptive budget along with what we think is going to happen over the next 5 years, because we don't budget in a vacuum, and a lot of these projects, of course, will occur over multiple years. So we're building that now. And then with that 5-year forecast, and then we come back, and of course you're going to set the trim and get your budget proposal in July, and then that gives us August to chew on it and September to vote on it. So just so all those out there listening know exactly what the process is. So anything today, they shouldn't be alarmed or anything. This is a discussion as to do you want to see it coming up in the budget or not?
Thank you for that clarification. Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Real quick, for the motocross track, that estimate or number there, that's general fund?
So we have 3.5 million in there for the total estimate. Half of it is general fund and half of it is ECHO.
Okay. Council, I don't know how y'all feel. I don't know if general fund is appropriate, especially with what we're dealing with in other areas. I'd be more amicable or leaning to the way to the point of like a direct expenditure from ECHO, you know, which is in our wheelhouse, and not kind of taking it from general fund, which, you know, we hear growth doesn't pay for itself. Well, it's because we're spending the money in other areas, except for probably more of where it should be going. That's just my opinion. So, Council, would you be amicable to maybe take that general fund number off the table and focus on ECHO, or is this the right time to do that?
Brad Burball, you're in the house.
Certainly, now is definitely a good time. If you want to discuss how we would pay for something, that's definitely the case. Again, we put together, remember, the budget in total. And I think what these guys have done is, you know, try to make some assumptions here for the purposes of the discussion. But yes, it's fine to, if you want to direct us to pay for it out of, or at least budget for it, excuse me, out of one particular area, we can do that.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, County Manager. I'd be willing to make that motion if need be, to be very target specific. Even if, you know, we may not vote for this thing. I mean, we may get thrown some. I don't know. But I'd like to see it very target specific in for the money. You know, be used for ECHO. We have money there. Let's use it, and not keep robbing the general fund if possible.
Okay, then I think you're right. As far as making a motion on that, I think you could make a motion that we do not spend general fund, that it's paid for by ECHO, and again, this is for planning. You're not voting to do it yet.
Right.
You're just voting to move it to really send the message, no general fund spending.
So Chair, I'll make that motion that going forward, if we do decide to go forward with a facility, that we are very specific when it comes to funding, that it comes from the ECHO fund only.
Do we have a second on that motion for discussion?
I'll second it for discussion purposes, and I have a question of the sponsor. If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes. You have a question for the sponsor?
Well, yeah, of the amendment. I second it so we can keep talking. Where I have a problem is, I think, 'cause this is just a planning document, right? And I'd hate to do a motion that specifically says we can't do something, right? Can we amend that to just say that at this point, as part of the planning, we'd like to consider taking that out of ECHO, and then we'll deal with it when the time comes?
I agree, but if Chair, is it okay if I?
Yes, this is a necessary discussion, I think.
I agree, David, that we are in the planning, but here we're taking money out or projecting money to be taken out, and I can make the motion, take that 1.7 million and put it towards stormwater or roads. Like I had made a proposal earlier that we start a road, a guaranteed road program every year, or, you know, something for that nature, to help out in that area. But I just think, you know, we're taxing these folks in all directions. We're taxing them on ECHO, which everybody agreed to, or 70-some-odd%. And there's a pile of money in there to be used, and we've been pretty good with that. So I think the money's there. I think that if we can agree that we can maybe free up that and apply it somewhere else, that it may be better needed, I would like to go that route.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm okay with it. I mean, because I want to take it out of ECHO also. I just was trying to be preemptive from when we do make that decision for or against it and how we're going to fund it. You know, and depending how we decide at that day to fund it, if it comes out that, well, we're going to maybe fund it partially ECHO, partially general, and I'm not suggesting any one way, but if that discussion does go down that path, I want to be open to consider that and not say, well, you voted, to not do that, which is okay. I can support it here now because I believe in the philosophy everything is permanent until you change it.
Yeah.
So that we're doing this and we could change it later too.
So how about this to make it easy? Let me hear from Mr. Kent, Mr. Johansson, and Don, and I'll pull it if we decide to.
No, and I'll vote for it. I just wanted to put it out there that, if we want to change it later, we can certainly change that philosophy later if we so choose.
All right. Okay, we have a motion on the floor, but we will let the other council members speak. Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And please don't take my name down because I initially put it up because I wanted to talk about a couple other things. But since I'm in the rotation now, I'd like to address that. And I wish you wouldn't have changed your mind on that because we heard today, and I think that and let me just stop for a moment. I think we can get there. I haven't thrown out the idea that there could be a public-private partnership and we could make this happen. And I like Don's numbers a lot more than I like staff's numbers. Even though Don has not voted for one thing I've wanted to do, but I'm still going to try to help and support him. But we heard from a woman this morning, and the thing that stuck out with me was she said, ECHO, first thing is environmental, and it just makes me think, why are we going to pigeonhole ourselves just with that? I liked where you were going with that. Doesn't mean we can't change our mind down the road with any of it, but right now it kind of locks us into it. So I'm a no on that because of being constrained with that. If you can get Mr. Robbins to change it, then I might be able to support it, or if I can get him to change it, so that we're not just pigeonholed into only looking at ECHO money for that. I'm not sure, but there could be people who are extremely passionate about ECHO who are screaming right now on their personal devices going, explain how that's an ECHO project. I like having good answers. I don't know that I have a good one for that. So I'm out on that if we're just going to constrain it to ECHO.
Councilman Johansson.
So a few things. The E in ECHO is environment, but I think the O is outdoors, and Don's not proposing an indoor motocross facility. So I know people on their personal devices are gonna say, hey, how about trails? But I think it's important that we look at that in its totality. I am not a big fan of using general fund dollars for this, as some had pointed out. But there are other options. By saying just using ECHO, I think we constrict ourselves to just using ECHO, even if it's in theory, the thought's out there. If we say, let's take it out of the CIP in the planning stage right now, the general fund dollars, that will make us make that hard decision when it comes time to vote, whether we use those general fund dollars and put it back in and go, okay, guys, let's suck it up. Remember, budgeting is these guys are building the budget to A, figure out how much we're going to tax people, right? And B, kind of have a plan for them to execute. Okay, they have a 5-year plan. Council told us that we're going to build a new courthouse, we're going to renovate a courthouse, whatever the case may be. So let's proceed with that thought process, or they didn't want anything to do with it. Right now, we're kind of thinking motocross is in our future somewhere. We don't know how to spend it, but I'm with Councilman Robbins. I'm not too keen on spending general fund dollars on it yet. So to take it out, we send a message. We don't want to spend general fund dollars on it. Nothing's permanent. We might have to, but right now we do not want to plan in our 5-year plan to spend government dollars on it. Therefore, we won't think about considering taxing people for it in the short term. Now, if Echo's fat in a year or two when we have to write that check, then maybe we use it. If it's not, then maybe we don't have to. So, and that's not to say that there's some other state grant that comes up that, you know, what if the motocross lobby goes to the state and says, yeah, I'm going to give you a couple $2 billion for motocross. There's some more money that's available. Just don't limit it to Echo. Just take the general fund piece out, in my opinion. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I agree with Troy. I think we should just leave it open for all avenues because we don't even know what option. We have 3 potential options how this is even going to be operated: a land lease, public-private partnership, or county run. So if it's county run, I would expect more money to go in it. It might be tied into a greater facility. It might be tied into, let's say, the fairgrounds, which may be part of a bigger complex, and there might be more tied into this than just a motocross facility. It may be tied into other facilities. Oh, okay, I thought you were pointing at me. So I don't want to just pigeonhole it right now. And I don't know, where did the $3.5 million we've spent so far on pickleball come from? Was that from just solely Echo, or did that come from some general fund as well?
Yeah, I think it was a partnership with the city of Poly Hill. I think they had a private donor,
Right.
and then our Echo. So those were none of our general fund was in the big Pictona project.
I know recently we had some skateboard parks. We had, did that all just come from Echo?
Brad.
Yes, so all the pickleball courts, I'll clarify, 2.9 of that 3.5 was awarded through Echo, where there was a match from our partners. Pictona was a public-private partnership. $5 million was sunk into that from private industry or private donor to establish the pickleball courts, where we've had community meetings, and it was asked. We use park impact fees in Echo as well. So no general fund dollars have went into the pickleball in our. The second question, the skateboard parks, that was again Echo projects with match that our municipal partners have brought to the table.
Is there any realistic expectation that this would require us to use general fund money? And
That's a policy decision for these individuals. I will say that we have significant resources with Echo. You'll see that next meeting in the 5-year forecast.
okay, because I'm not wanting to spend $10 million, like I've said consistently throughout this whole thing. 3.5, I think, should get it done. But I'm just wondering, is there going to be enough? Is there 3.5 available solely through Echo?
Yes, there's significant resources with Echo.
Okay. Is there anything that would be involved in a motocross facility that Echo wouldn't cover, like the access roads or utilities or anything like that? Infrastructure.
So typically we're looking at the entire project, so that what the cost to get the project done to provide the service to our citizens at the end of the day. So typically those things are included as part of a larger project that the citizens will have public access to.
Okay. Thank you. I still don't want to constrain ourselves to one column. I'd like to kind of leave it open until we have a better idea of which option we're going to go with, and even if we have a site found and all that. But I'm definitely in favor of taking everything from Echo. I think it's clearly a outdoor recreational activity, so I think that fits squarely within the Echo boundaries. But I don't know if we should confine ourselves to that at this point, so I'm kind of a no on it.
As we said on that previous item when Ben Bartlett was up here, we started out with the idea on that wastewater treatment plant, that it was funded fully from the revenues of our utility. Then we went out and got grants on top of that. So That's what, you know, I would envision here. I agree, you don't want to constrain. I mean, we could say, look, we're not, you know, it would not be our priority to put general fund money. We could start off with the idea it would be all echo, but I can tell you that staff are trained grant killers. They go on out and they're going to constantly look for grants. That's what they do. And there is a grant available for motor sports at state level. We'll go after that as well. So our idea would be, if you guys want to go and we can get a number, budgetary number, we'll go on out and find funding sources, with the general fund being the last resort if we have to. But I would agree, we should look at all the other options and the partnership opportunities as we had discussed previously for this. So again, it was just a planning number and one way to get there. But if you don't like having that number associated, we could, for right now, plug it in there with you know, either the full amount or the 3.5 from Echo. We got plenty of money to do that, and then work towards finding other sources to hone that number down. That'd be fine. Or we could put, as we talked about, funding to be determined on some of the other projects like we have in there. So it's not again, it's just a planning document, and we hear you loud and clear already that you know, you prefer not to have general fund money used.
Okay, Troy, are you up here for, okay, Vice Chair Kent?
I'm not up here for this now. I've spoken on this. I've got 2 highlighted large projects that I wanted to talk about.
All right, let's finish this one first. Councilman Robbins.
Real quick, Brad, how much, if you don't mind me asking, how much do we have in Echo to date, and what's our spending schedule so far? What's in the hopper?
The team's going to look it up to give you the most accurate number, but I believe at the start of last fiscal year, there was 15 million in unallocated fund balance.
And what's our projections for this next taxing cycle?
That will come to you next meeting with the 5-year plan, but the tax is generating a little over, maybe close to 11 million now, a little over 10 last year, so 10.2, I believe.
So we'll have roughly 25, 26 million total?
Not including any grant cycle funding, yes. That's what we'll have in the Echo account.
Okay.
Do you?
There will be projects,
yeah,
for example, this council has elected to have another cycle this year. So I know of 3 projects that are coming in that cycle, so it will also spend down some of those reserves, but we will still have probably over 10 million, is my best estimate.
Okay.
Before you go
ahead. I'll finish up later.
DeBerry, how much is the DeBerry project, and is that coming back up?
It hasn't come in the door, but I believe they are coming back.
And it was
2.5.
Okay.
Yes.
No other projects on the books that you know of yet?
So I've spoken to one of the grant writers, who's a prolific grant writer of Echo for our program, and I know that she's working on 3 alone herself. So I'm not sure, there may be others that come in the door as well.
Okay, and thank you. And Councilman Robbins, you have something else you wanted to say, but please clarify for us all that your motion is just to say no general fund, period?
So this is what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and pull that off the table. I'll retract my motion, but I just want to be clear. Council, I'm sure you've received the message where I'm at, right? And I think we're all probably there, and I think we just want to have that as a safeguard. But I think we have money flowing in. I think in years past we maybe don't use a lot of it, but yet we have to tax these folks for it at a maximum millage rate. And there's more to Echo than just the environmental, and I think this would be a very fitting project for the outdoor recreation program. And I would prefer, like I said, just so you guys know where I'm at, Echo number 1 combined with grants. Last option to consider general fund, because we have much greater other priorities I think we can use it for.
Okay.
That I can get behind, and I'll happily second that.
He's withdrawing the motion completely.
Oh, you weren't making a motion on that? redo it?
He withdrew his motion.
I was letting everyone know how I'm going to be voting if, in the future.
Oh, okay.
Just a planning document, so they've heard loud and clear.
We're gonna vote?
Well,
I have a
not on that.
follow-up.
We're going to vote on.
I have a follow-on question.
We have several questions, but you have a question on this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilman Johansson.
So in the CIP, Aaron, we have $1,750,000 in next year's budget. And that is general fund money, because we haven't said yes to Echo funds yet.
So we did put 1.7 million in the general fund plan.
Right.
It's one-time money.
Yeah, I got that. So this is a presentation. We're going to vote on the budget. Part of the budget will be the CIP, and that will be in there, and we will tax our taxpayers for that 1.750.
So based on the direction today, we're going to
Right.
pull it out of the general fund plan.
If we say, you're going to pull it out anyhow?
I think that was the consensus here, is to not plan for it in the general fund.
Oh,
And then if we end up having to use general fund
Perfect.
dollars, then we'll pull it from reserves at
Thanks
that
for
time.
clarifying that for me.
Chairman,
Thank you.
can we get clarification on that, just from the council sitting up here? Because I know Dempsey and Councilman Dempsey and I were leaning one way, and
Right now, in their 5-year plan, it's shown as half of it coming from Echo, half of it coming from general fund. They're taking our conversation to say no general fund money. We didn't vote on that, but I go ahead, Director.
I'd say we're taking the conversation to say, for the purposes of this plan, to move the money, not what the future is.
Right. It could change, and that we will vote on. You're not clear.
I'm not, just because I think I needed to hear from you where you were on it.
I agree. I don't want to see any of it come from general fund.
Okay.
That's
it. Clear that. I'm not trying to shut you down, but now I heard you, so I heard you. I get it. So the majority is, that's where you are. That's fine.
Okay. You had several other things you wanted to discuss, and then we have several members of the public that.
I did. So I wanted to publicly talk about two of the highlighted large projects. One being the Sheriff Administration Complex at $30 million. I had a wonderful opportunity through Sheriff Chitwood and to do a ride along with Chief Deputy Henderson probably 8 weeks ago. And, we went to a couple of the substations, and we were able to have a conversation about consolidation and working smarter, not harder. So I'm appreciative of that. So I just want to maybe have a quick little conversation with staff about that complex, and then we have a couple of people that just walked in. Chief Judge Case is here, and Judge Perkins is here, and I had a really positive, in-depth conversation with Chief Judge Case the other day, and this is a huge number, but she reminded me that this has been a conversation that previous councils have talked about for 9+ years. And unless we make it a priority and put something in a 5-year plan and start having a real conversations about this, it's going to be another 9 years. And I'm hoping, Judge, that you're going to speak and talk to us, because you shared some information with me about projections and space you don't have. And that's very problematic, not just for me, but I think the entire county of Volusia, if you don't have enough rooms for the judges that are being projected. So you have my ear on that, and I'd like for the council to maybe, I will, after hearing what you say, talk about directing staff in a couple of months to possibly come back so that we can get a little more in depth about the real possibility of putting this into like a 5-year plan. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Yeah, it was very delightful to see the chief judge come. If you recall, a couple of weeks ago, she said that it's our building and we should do what we think's best for it. And I'm like, oh, damn, maybe we'll put that to use when we talk about the new building. So I'm glad you're here to give us your opinion on buildings, and it's a big project. Both the sheriffs and the courthouses, as we chatted, George, you were out, but Suzanne and I chatted a little bit about it last week, that these are big projects. We talked about pay-as-you-go. This is one of them that we didn't sock away funds for, but could you imagine if we had that much money in our reserves waiting to build a county courthouse? People would come unglued if there was that much money sitting around earning interest and giving us value for our dollar. But so this is a big project, and I'm glad it's happening on my watch. I hope we can get it across the finish line to give the court what they need, and not delay it for another 20 years. So 8 councils from now look and go, well, nobody did anything for 40 years, and now it's going to cost $1 billion to take care of. So I would like for this conversation with the sheriff and with the court to be a collaborative one, so we get it right, and it's flexible, expandable, and can meet the needs of our future somehow. So maybe portables like the school does would work. I don't know. Probably not. So I look forward to your conversation. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I too agree with the majority of the comments that have been made. I think we need to take it serious. I know we put it in there for funding to be determined, but I think we need to have conversations this budget cycle and start setting aside some real money in this budget cycle to come up with a plan and one to execute. And you know, I know in the past, I think from my memories right, you know, the legislature has played a part in some courthouses funding, and you know, depending how creative we can get, you know, we may be in a unique opportunity for these next couple of years to see if they can give us some early seed money. I know that's a tough one even at the legislature. They usually like to have shovel-ready stuff. But I'm of the opinion we need to set aside money this year, some real money this year, to start having that conversation and planning. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To let the judges speak, I will tell you that a year ago I went and toured the courthouse with Judge Perkins and met many of the other judges. That conversation has not died ever since then. The deputy county manager, the county manager, Ryan Osowski, and I talk about it frequently, and there are plans, and probably the other council members have discussed this with them too. But there are options, other options coming up that I think you will hear in the near future. So you're definitely not forgotten, especially security issues out there. We talk about those quite a bit. So with that, Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, this is thin ice for me to even be talking about this, since I deal with these guys, and they, like I said, they grade my papers every day. And but I just want to. There's a lot of. We're just talking about setting aside the conversation, right? Are we actually going to earmark money through our budget for this courthouse project? Is that what we're talking about doing, or are we just going to talk about it? 'Cause talking about it is great. I'd love to have in-depth conversation and hear everything from the judges that we got to do. But I'm just.
Yeah. I think we're talking about, I'm going to let county manager, the deputy, they're going to bring something forward shortly in a county council meeting to discuss this.
May I?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dempsey, members of the council, based on the conversation you've already had at the dais, I think what our attempt will be is to propose some funds for the this coming fiscal year, as part of this first-year plan, as well as out years within the 5-year planning horizon, primarily with respect to the design issues. I have shared with the Chief Judge and with many council members that part of our exercise we believe that should be accomplished is an assessment of the City Island Courthouse. I think when it was originally started for discussion approximately 9 years ago, there was an assumption that that building was in disrepair or poor structural condition. In fact, that is not our belief today. We have strong facility management assessment of that building, and we would like the opportunity to see if there are ways to improve the security components of that building and have it still serve some of the needs of the court administration and courtroom purposes. In addition, we believe that there will be a need for an addition of courtrooms in the Foxman Center, as well as other office needs in that area. We'd like to be able to do some design work of adequate nature to provide you a possible phased approach that will meet the needs of the courts in the near term as well as the long term. It is my belief, and I'll defer to our CFO, but ultimately construction is going to be such of a significant number that debt of some sort would be the most likely method to go to construction. That will require many conversations before this council to make those decisions. But with your agreement, we'd like to include in the coming budget and in the 5-year forecast options for at least getting us through these design efforts so we have a project that can be determined, agreed upon with the courts, and moved forward to construction.
Do we have a location picked out yet? Because I know.
Yes. City Island, of course, has a location, but any additions would be contemplated at the Foxman Center campus, where we have had assessments done for both courtroom additions as well as office building and parking accommodations.
And do we have any idea what will happen to the DeLand Courthouse?
It remains in play and is a vital component of the overall needs of the courtroom spaces. So we're talking about a continued east-west county court system where you retain the DeLand facilities, which were built about 22 years ago, and complement them with the existing courtrooms with additions on the east side.
Okay. I guess I'm just a little concerned about earmarking everything and kind of setting everything up for it to be on the east side. I mean, I believe the statute requires that the clerk's office has to be in the county seat.
And that would remain. We're not talking about modifying or relocating any of the DeLand facilities. A major part of the court facilities exist here in DeLand, along with the clerk's offices, and they would certainly be a critical piece of this puzzle.
Okay. Well, I guess I just don't understand what exactly what your definition of setting aside means. I mean, are we actually carving out $288 million out of our 5-year budget? Or are we just engaging in a conversation about how this possibly could
No, I
happen?
mean, again, we're back, this is a plan, right? And what we're talking about would be putting in the plan some money more money for initial design work, but certainly not.
Design has to be based on a location. And we're saying that the location is definitely going to be on the east side.
We're talking about a plan on how to increase the space that the courts need.
The existing.
And right, and,
Oh, okay.
and what we've tried to do is look at all of our assets, and the City Island asset, as Suzanne said before, was kind of pushed aside 9 years ago, and we've upgraded our game as far as our facilities team, and we, especially given the prices of construction, which have exploded, I think you have to take a look at the assets that we have, and can we modify or expand or do anything with those. And in addition to the asset we have at at Foxman, where we also have additional property right almost adjacent to it. There's a street in between, but we have our 250 North Beach Street. So we have land, and we have the ability to expand Foxman. And then we also, like we said, can take a look at what we have on the island, and can it be made more secure, and some of the other, so you know, they can also use that as an asset as well. And I will say, even in the DeLand area, I think there's discussion of adding courtrooms eventually to that facility as well. So it is on a large piece of property, and there is ability for expansion in DeLand if it's needed as well. And I think that the judges are working with us. They're here today on where their needs are, what their projections are. And again, we need just to be able to spend some more money, though, into initial design work, so that we can, again, complete spatial analysis, and then some physical look at those buildings to see what could be added and how we would do it. And then again, that phased approach, we come back and with what we say, or here's what we can do, and ask for more permission to continue with design, full design. And if the size you're talking about, that would not be a small design. That would be a large, probably one of our largest design projects we've ever done.
Okay, I'm concerned that there might be a shift of the county seat, effectively shifting DeLand from being the county seat over to the east side even more, and that's just.
I don't see that at all in this particular case.
You'll have a vote on it.
Okay, I know. All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And
Councilman.
I put my name up, and then I took it down, and then again when you made that comment, I want to echo your sentiment on that, and that's something that I'm going to have on my radar too, right? And I think that's important to make sure it's a very balanced approach with how our constituents participate and what they have to do to participate in the legal process. Yeah, so I'm with you. And they don't grade my papers. I hope not, though. I'd probably get an F like I did in school anyway. So.
Okay, let's hear from the judges that have come today. We'll start with Seventh Circuit Judge Terry Perkins.
I'm Judge Perkins. Thank you. So I want to take you back just a little bit. It was my privilege to come before this body in 2015, and I came before as I was the existing chief judge at that time. And I was here to inform you that we're out of space. Count the noses, count the desks, we're out of space. We were able to, actually county staff was able to obtain a grant that allowed us to retain an architect and other services in order to evaluate the then existing buildings and courtrooms and all of that we had available to us. And in 2017, after about 2 years worth of meetings and appearances back here, they rendered a report to us that basically said, you're better off consolidating on the east side your court facilities the same way that we did on the west side, and pretty much for the same reasons, that there's a lot of efficiencies, a lot of safety issues that can be better addressed in a unified facility as opposed to having them scattered hither and yon. Now, I wasn't prepared to speak to this, but let me just speak briefly to the concern with regard to the DeLand Courthouse, because I've now served in both of the courthouses that we're talking about. I've been in the annex, I've been in the Justice Center, and I started actually my judicial career here in DeLand. The future for DeLand, again, just as we were out of space in 2015, we're out of space now. If DeLand is one of my favorite courthouses because it is our incubator. That's where we have our senior judges and I mean that by not those that have retired, which I'm going to be doing shortly, but those that are more experienced, and that's also where we start a number of our junior or new judges in that regard. And it's been that way ever since I've been a judge for the last 15 years. So it is a used facility. We need that capability. I would never envision discontinuing or reducing the size or courtroom use of that building in any respect. I wouldn't come before you to propose that, and even if I did, we could never make it work. I mean, unless you were building some huge thing on the east side, we could never make that work. Now, the realities of that are that one of the fastest growing areas, of course, is Deltona. And so I don't see the use of that. Am I out of time?
Judge,
Yeah,
Judge
okay.
Perkins, hold on one second. We've changed the rules once today. I would like to allow him another.
Yes.
How much time do you need? Another minute or two?
Yes,
Okay.
2 minutes, would that be enough?
Any issues? Go.
Thank you. So I would expect that at some point we'd come back before you and at some point in the future ask to address the growth from Deltona and just on the west side generally. It's growing. Florida is growing. Judge Case will talk a little bit more about that. Anyway, after the 2-year study, 2017, we came back with the recommendation that it would be a unified facility. I came back before this body. We had a unanimous vote that we wanted to move forward on that. We were starting to allocate some funds to look deeper at how we would design it, where we would locate it. Was it, you know, 1 building, 2 buildings, or whatever? And that's kind of where we've been. We've had COVID since then. We've had a lot of other things, but that's where we've been. We were out of space then. We're out of space now. Our ask today is simply, let's put it back on the 5-year capital projects plan. And this is a huge ask. I get that. I understand that completely. But before we would ask you to be spending money of that type, you're going to want answers to certain questions, like can we use the courthouse annex? And that's where I grew up as a lawyer. I love that building. Unfortunately, you can't use it as a secure courtroom anymore. You just can't. It was developed in a different time. But we want to look at that. That's going to cost some money to look at that. What do we do with the Justice Center? How much will that cost? That's going to cost some money to look at that. So before we ask you to start making some decisions, we're going to ask you to spend a little bit of money so that we can evaluate these options and provide that to you. So I want to tell you, when I came back before you in 2017, and it was a unanimous decision that we needed to move forward, the estimate, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the estimate was between $100 and $120 million for the consolidated facility. It's twice that now. 4 or 5 years from now, it'll be twice that. So now's the time to look at it. That's all what I'm asking you to do. Thank you, and it's good seeing you.
Thank you. Chief Judge Leah Case.
Good afternoon, sort of right in the middle. Thank you. Thank you for having me. And I want to talk first about, you know, the court system is a cornerstone of law and order, right? I mean, that's kind of all we have left now, I feel like. And it's really important. And our courtrooms in the annex are not secure. They're not. And anybody that tells you they are, they're not telling you the truth. And it's not the judges. It's not the judges. I'm the most secure person in that courthouse because I got a bailiff next to me. I have a video here that I want to show you about walking inmates through the courthouse. This is just a guy who just slit his wife's throat, killed the mother of his children, and he's walking down the corridor to dependency court. There are children on the hallways. There are litigants. There are people on the hallways because the courthouse annex doesn't have secure transport for in-custody people. The video that I wanted to show you, but doesn't look like it's going to play now, of course, is actually a live video that you see somebody being walked down, there are people, there are litigants going to other courtrooms, there's court staff, and he lunges at a reporter. Okay? The only reason we haven't had an issue is because the sheriff's office has done such a great job. They're shackled, they come down the stairs, if you got inmates, and they go in through the front of the courtroom, wherever courtroom they're going on, first, second, third floor, wherever they are. There's no back doors, there's no elevators. So they're shackled coming down the stairs, especially if they're violent. So it's not the judge's safety that I'm concerned about, it's the public safety that I'm concerned about. So that's the issue. The courthouse staff, the doors open into the JA's offices, anybody walks in and out there, we've always been concerned. Family law, Councilman Dempsey can tell you that's the most volatile substance area you can have in the law. You think it's criminal, it's not. We've had instances where we've had people fighting in the hallway right next to people waiting to go into court somewhere else. It is, and you won't see it unless you're there every day and you're seeing this happen. So the annex is not secure anymore, okay? It hasn't been for a long time. But the big thing everybody seems to really hook on, I'm out of room. I just got a study. They do it they say 5 years. It ends up being 8 or 9 because of the cost. This circuit, I'm told I need 5 more circuit judges. I need a Volusia County Court judge and a St. Johns County Court judge. I got room up there. I got no room here. No room. So my ask of you is to really put our money where our mouth is and get something done. I leave it up to you. You guys do the study, what you want to do. But the annex is not a viable courthouse anymore for criminal, for family. It's not secure the way it is now. So I'm asking you to put the courthouse project in the 5 years capital needs work plan. I'm asking you to direct your staff to retain an architectural firm with the proper experience. I just toured the Jacksonville courthouse. You guys should do that. It is the most secure building I've ever seen. An architectural firm with the proper experience and credentials to work with the county, develop a plan so that we can get going on this. And what y'all decide, you know, that's your business. I want to be part of the conversation, and I want you to hear from us and our concerns. But I'm here to tell you we need to do what we should have done 9 years ago and get this on the planning board. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judge, will you wait for questions?
Yeah. Before I go to the last speaker, are all 3 questions for the judges?
Mine are.
Okay. Then we'll have Vice Chair Kent and then Don Dempsey go. But I think they have questions for you, Judge Case.
So I just briefly, I had a tour of the annex. I'm actually a huge fan. You showed me your first office, and I don't know if there's a better view. But you mentioned that you're not concerned about the judge's safety in there because you have a bailiff. But I want you to talk a little bit about, because when we were outside, I asked some specific things about, well, hold on, where do you park? And anybody could be waiting around the hedges, and not trying to, you know, fearmonger, because I blast people for that. I'm not doing that. What I don't want to have is play Monday morning quarterback and something horrific happen to a judge. And it could be solved maybe by having a couple of deputies escort you all out to your vehicles and be out there waiting when you all arrive in the morning. I think we can solve it. But you didn't touch on that, and I think it's an important piece.
I will touch on that. I guess I feel a little defensive because I don't want people to think we're up here asking that because we're afraid for our security. But there is a problem with the judge's security coming in and out of that courthouse. The bailiffs leave at 4 o'clock. All deputy staff leaves at 4 o'clock. There is not a deputy on scene after 4 o'clock. So, especially when I was in civil, I was there till 6 and 6:30 every night, walking to my car at the annex by myself in the dark, with my gun in my purse, with my hand on my gun. We've had, there's a judge, and I won't name the person, I'm sure that she would share it, but had a stalker, somebody she was ruling against in family law, waiting outside in the where we park in the annex, if you choose to park in the marked area, waiting for her. She'd have to call security to get rid of that person before she came up. Another person came down to her car, and it was either minutes before or minutes after an armed robbery occurred right there, because it was at night. We work, we work late sometimes, and so the in and out. The way the annex is, we have an east entrance where the employees, the judges can come in, but I'm on the 3rd floor. The only way to go to the 3rd floor is through the stairwell or the public elevator where everybody goes. When you've just ruled against somebody in family law and taken their kids away, they are not happy. So you don't want to go up in that public elevator all the time. I took some of these kids away in Dependency, and in McDonald's, I'm getting confronted about it. So you never know where you're going to be confronted. So we go up the stairway, 3 flights of stairs, and they're very steep. I don't know if you got to traverse them when you were there. It's where the inmates come down. So, most of the time we look up to make sure the inmates aren't coming down, but you never know. You get stuck in there, have to go to the side when the inmates are coming down. So we've tried to work around, but no, it's not secure for us either. But I'm talking about in the courthouse when we're going to our courtroom and our chambers, we have a bailiff assigned to us. The public does not. The people waiting to hear from us, the kids in Dependency sitting there because they've just been taken from their homes, they're waiting to see where they're going. They don't.
Thank you for that. And I'll just end with this, and that is, and I mentioned it, I am a fan of that location, and I think it served its purpose when it was built. That being said, I think, and I haven't heard you say no, if family law was not there, if criminal law was not there, and we had a plan for the judges safely to get in and out, staff could help come up with a plan to still make that location work and look at other options as far as the Justice Center, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Dempsey.
You look good today, Judge. Have you lost weight? You been working out?
Does he do this in court?
I talked to Judge Perkins a couple times, actually, and I share your sentiment about City Island. My wife, as you know, is a judge, and she served over there on City Island for, I believe it was a couple years before Judge Kelly was nice enough to swap with her to let her come back to DeLand. But in 34 years of practice in law, 33, I have witnessed the inmate issue where the hallways are crowded, and you have inmates being escorted, linked up even sometimes, right past the civilians in the hallways, which are kind of narrow. So there is an issue there. I totally agree with you. But as I think Judge Perkins pointed out, he knows that I'm a tightwad. I drive an old beat-up, rusted-out pickup truck. I don't like to spend money where we don't have to, and I personally think all county employees should be driving the same type of rust bucket that I drive, but that's another subject. But I guess my point is, I've been thinking about this. What would be the issue with moving the public defender's office and the state attorney's office? Because they take up half of that, available space for courtrooms
In the JC?
in the Foxman Center.
Foxman Center.
Yeah, because I think we all agree we have good security. We have a Sally Port.
Yes, but not great. For instance, the Foxman Center, there's an issue with prisoner transport in between the courtrooms and having juveniles. We don't have a space. I have to clear the courthouse of any inmates when I have a juvenile come. In addition, if we have anybody in a wheelchair, they have to come. There's no elevator. They have to come through the front where the public is. We had somebody that had some sort of condition in court the other day, and an inmate passed out or whatever, got in a wheelchair. They're pushing him out the front doors, and he jumps out of the wheelchair. They got him. But what I'm saying
This is in the
that
Foxman
there's
Center?
issues there too.
This is in the Foxman Center?
Judge Case, can you pull the microphones into you?
I'm so sorry. Oh, 2 of them? Oh, okay. But there's issues at the Foxman Center. The 2 courtrooms, 2 and 4, are useless. We don't use them.
Oh, that's the
2
smaller
and 4,
ones.
the small ones that have maybe 1 or 2 benches. I can't have an arraignment there. I can't have a pretrial there, because what happens when if you keep all the public out, the defendants and their family, the lawyers then have to go out and talk to them. So I get nothing done here. You know what it happens in a big courtroom. The lawyers are talking to. The private lawyers are talking to the assistant state attorneys when their case isn't up. They're working it out, and so they get called next. You can't do anything in those 2 courtrooms except what I've done is assign somebody that's already has a jury picked. So we have 6 or 7 juror people, an essentially non-hostile trial, a low-level trial, because there's no room for anybody or security, and that's what I use those courtrooms for. Other than that, they stay empty, completely useless.
Yes, I agree. But if
you revamped it, could it work? That's what I want. I want somebody that's experienced in courthouse building and assessing. I don't even know the words. I want somebody that knows what they're doing to look at what we have and what we need.
I mean, I'll tell you guys, because I've been in the annex last week. I was in the City Island last week, and I mean, everything she's saying is true. Something needs to be done with it, but in my opinion. But no, there is a Zoom. Isn't the Supreme Court coming out with something about Zoom, requiring the courts to use Zoom more so than they have been?
Yes, but there's also an obstacle to that, and you will understand this because you did criminal defense. Zoom is never going to get my case resolved. You have to have, right?
Yes, you're
right.
You're right.
I have to have the defendant there. I have to have the defense attorney, and I have to have the prosecutor. Just like doing off-site first appearances where there's a state attorney assigned, a public defender assigned, they don't have any skin in the game. That's not getting resolved at a Zoom first appearance somewhere. I need those people in front of me to resolve cases.
Yes.
I have 50% resolved cases at my arraignment docket, because Chitwood and I talked about this, because he was talking about maybe not having to transport people, and I said, listen, we can do it for other places, but not arraignments. So Zoom is coming in, but the defendants have a right to be present in person, and they don't have to do Zoom, so it's usually the lawyers that want Zoom. And dependency, when we're taking somebody's rights away, they have a right to be there. Even if they've committed first-degree murder, they have a right to be present when we're taking their kids away. So Zoom is really good for civil. Like, I can see that in an assessment where we talk about civil not needing the courtroom space as much, except for trials, because the hearings can mostly be done by Zoom. And I don't know, family, I would think the same. You don't need courtrooms for family necessarily for the trials. So that is an aspect that has changed in 9 years, the Zoom, but it's not as sweeping as far as not having anybody in the courthouses.
Okay. And I guess the reason for this discussion is just, hopefully you guys are picking up where I'm coming from. There is a need. I mean, there's more judges coming, population's grown. I know you guys are short of courtrooms, but I hate, what I don't want to see happen, Judge, is have basically all the judicial system, because I don't know if you remember, 30 years ago, the big fight, East versus West.
No.
All this.
I don't want that, and we're not looking for that. We love DeLand. Everybody fights to be over in DeLand. So we love DeLand. We want DeLand. We want what DeLand has on the east side for our east side cases. So we want the secure courthouse that functions well and the room to grow, just like DeLand did over here. I'm not looking to take it. We couldn't do it. Physically, we couldn't take everybody.
But when Judge Perkins was saying about 2015, when they talked about a unified courthouse.
But they're talking about unified, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm talking about unified from the east side, the annex. We have court going on at the Sunshine Mall. traffic court at the
Yeah, you're
Sunshine
right.
Mall.
Yes.
That's what he's talking about. He's not talking about unified west and east. A long time ago, there was before they built the DeLand Courthouse, I think it was, that they talked about putting a courthouse by the jail.
Right. Well,
That-
I think it was the branch jail too, that they didn't,
Yes.
we don't like branches or annexes, everything's supposed to
Right.
be in the county seat.
And both cities, DeLand, Daytona, nobody likes that. DeLand wants its downtown courthouse. It's good for the businesses down there. Daytona wants their downtown courthouse. So, and as you know, sometimes lawyers just practice on one side or the other. You go both sides, but a lot of lawyers just practice. They live on the west side. They just take cases on the west side. They don't ever travel to the east side. So I'm not looking or advocating at all to merge into one gigantic courthouse.
Okay.
What I would like, and I don't know if it's economically feasible, I would like to have one courthouse in the east side Daytona, just encompassing what's over in Daytona now, giving me some more room to add some judges.
So as far as the clerk's filings, so if a divorce case is filed on the west side, it stays on the west side.
Yes.
If a criminal action happens on the west side, it stays on the west side.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
I
sorry.
think we're getting a little off topic with where court cases are filed in relation to the CIP and buildings. If we can get back on task, please.
Okay. I think you're on task. This is a helpful conversation.
Yeah, the study that you're asking staff to do is relating to just consolidating the whole east side
Yes.
court system
Yes.
and leaving the west side alone.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. I'm sorry for that misunderstanding. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think when Judge Perkins said unified, it kind of scared me a little bit, thinking we're going to lose our west side system.
No.
to
I
the
mean,
east side.
really, and we like that, the lawyers really like that division. It works well for the litigants, the public. If you live in Daytona, you don't want to drive to Daytona. But if I end up with a situation where I don't have enough judges, and where's the space, and then I don't even get any more judges because I don't have any space, I have to send them all up north, then we're in real big trouble.
Okay. All right, well, that clarified a lot for me. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Let me we have one more councilman and one more member of the public, but I want to give you some hope because the staff is already there with what you're asking for, and I think you're going to hear it in a soon coming meeting that we will approve money for a competent architect experienced with security to evaluate our system. We know that it's an issue. I know when. Well, I'm not going to continue. I just wanted to let you know that you've already been heard, and they're already discussing it and planning and evaluating architects.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
no, thank you. David Santiago, did you?
I just wanted to make a comment. Make a comment and bring us to a vote. First, I want to thank the Chief Judge for being here.
Thank you.
And Judge Perkins, nice to see you. I think the last time we met, our good friend David Hood was still with us, so it's been a while. So thank you for being here. And I just wanted to acknowledge that Judge Zambrano took me for a tour, and it's interesting that to hear the different things, but you don't know it until you really see it. And what he did good was, I think we started in the annex. And I'm sure he's very calculating in what he did, so he did a good job.
He's a smart man.
And then we got to go to the other location,
Justice
the
Boxman Center.
And though it wasn't perfect, I noticed that, but it was a very distinct difference in the safety. So we walked through all those, and the stairs going down, and I seen it. And if I had something going on there that I had to be in that court on my family or something, and I had to see what alleged criminal has to come through my family, it's not good scenario. I'll just say this: you've been heard. At least I think me and several of my council members are committed to putting money in this budget so that we get a good study. I know there's been studies in the past that haven't really looked at what the true needs are, but I think you have support here. At least I think the majority, and especially me. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I move to approve the CIP as presented.
We have one more member of the public that has sat through all this. Karen Clark, you will have exactly 3 minutes, no more. Okay, come and take a minute. Thank you, Judge.
Karen Clark, I live in Glenwood. I was around with Diane Matusik when the original courthouse was in its infancy, before it was even done. She went to a lot of meetings, and the clerk of the court needs to know how much space they need for the files. She told them X amount of thousands and thousands of square footage because she rented buildings, county rented buildings all over Volusia to store these records because they didn't have a facility. Well, come along this white elephant that they made. The people that were involved, and everybody is smart, the city commission, the architects, everybody that had to say, yes, this is a good design. The only they didn't look at, it was raw footage that was presented to them. You got a raw footage building, wall to wall, ceiling to basement. No stairs, no walls, no bathroom, nothing. And that's how that originally started. And it was until after it was built, Diane Matusik actually had to have more buildings to rent for the files for the court system. So you can have all of this done, and you're an experienced person looking into design everything for the courts. Look, make sure that it's not raw footage. That's it.
Thank you. David Santiago, you wanted to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I make that motion, I think I got to clarify. If I wanted to propose in this motion, money set aside in the plan for study as was described, what number should that be?
To our facilities director for that number.
And I know it's
Or-
just a guide.
Or our construction engineer.
Or the county manager.
And while I think Tad and Jim can give you some ideas, I think we'd like to come back, because I think as a team, we'd like to get together. I want to make sure the numbers we put in the first year of your budget meets our needs, and then plan for the formal design and engineering phase. But I think
I would echo that rather than set aside a number, I think the direction would be to figure out a plan, and then we'll bring that back and work it into the 5-year forecast.
When?
Not in 22 years.
Yeah.
But
No,
very
the
soon.
next meeting.
Oh,
Yes.
no,
Your next meeting is a 5-year forecast, so if we just need that amount of time, as long as we have direction to put something in it, it might be better than just say that, and then we'll update you in the next meeting what that is in the forecast versus trying to put these guys too much on the spot, because I could see them right now, the smoke coming out of their ears.
Thank you, George. Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the CIP plan as presented with direction of staff to come back at the next meeting with an amendment to include recommended amounts for the study for the court system.
Second.
Perfect. Motion to approve with the understanding that the next meeting, the courts system will be evaluated. That motion is from David Santiago, and the second, I think, was from Vice Chair Kent. And I still have, Jake Johansson, your name is still up. Would you
Yes, sir.
like to speak to the issue?
Yeah, I have a question just for clarity. So Mr. Santiago said as presented. What I thought I was hearing is that this is the Daytona Court Complex Master Plan, or maybe a master plan for all complexes, I don't know. But I currently show fiscal year 24, 25, and 25, 26 as zero. So CIP as presented means there's no money in there, is that correct? Or is it under a different line item?
I think my motion is also to propose an amendment to this at
You
the next
said
meeting.
approve the CIP as presented, I just want to make
With-
sure.
We have it listed as a project in the column for funding to be identified.
Way down at the bottom.
Yeah, and we understand.
I
that
concur with that.
We're looking to move some of that to set aside funding to address what's been discussed here today.
As long as that's what the motion and the second is, I'm good with that.
While we're clarifying, as mentioned before, based on consensus, the other modification would be to move the motocross track from general fund
Perfect.
into ECHO.
Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be here at the next one. I don't know if it could be on the July 2nd one by any chance. Is that? Oh, there's no July 2nd meeting.
Trust us.
All right, I'll I'll just have to trust you. Yeah.
Can you zoom in? That's okay.
The courts have Zoom, I just learned, so if you're in the courthouse, they can maybe let you use it.
Okay. Motion on the floor by David Santiago, second by Troy Kent to, Don, your name's still up. Are you, okay. I thought maybe you thought of, to approve the CPI with the understanding that we're bringing the court system back with a proposal from county staff at the next meeting.
Chairman.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you. And Mr. Dempsey, if I'm just telling you, use it, don't use it. But if I knew I was going to be at a meeting or something I wanted to participate with, I would write out what I wanted to say. I would send it to the county manager with instructions to read it into the public record at that time. I'm trying to help you with your voice. Yep.
He just doesn't know what they're going to propose yet, though.
Don already knows what he's going to say, though.
Okay.
He doesn't know the proposal, but I think he knows what he wants to say.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And item 11 passes 6-0. Thank you for coming in. We check with staff here. Where's lunch? It is. That's what I'm waiting to hear from. Okay. This is probably a good time to take a break because the next item could take some time as well. So it's 12:24. We will break until 1 p.m.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, we will resume the June 4th, 2024 Volusia County Council meeting at 1:03, starting with item 12, discussion and direction on the use of body cameras by code enforcement officers. Director Irvin.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. County Council identified on multiple occasions where they felt it was in staff's best interest to research the ability for our code enforcement officers to utilize body-worn cameras similar to what you see police officers and sheriff's deputies utilize in carrying out their duties. The county attorney's office took that, did the research to make sure that we were consistent with state law. And one of the things that was discovered is that, first and foremost, how law enforcement officers and code enforcement officers are not treated the same by Florida statutes. Specifically, Chapter 943 of Florida statutes provides for mandatory two-party consent for non-law enforcement activities. So therefore, code enforcement officers who are not sworn law enforcement officers are not granted the exemption that law enforcement officers are entitled to. The issue comes into what occurs if a code enforcement officer inadvertently does not follow the proper procedures for two-party consent. At this point, what our research has shown that they could be subject to a third-degree felony as well as being personally liable if there was a lawsuit to come out of it. Your county staff is here to go through these different options. And so what we're trying to do at this point is follow your direction, because we agree that the body-worn cameras do provide our code enforcement officers with a valuable tool. We agree with that 100%. At the same point, we want to make sure that we're able to operate within the confines of what state law allows without putting our officers at personal risk as well. So we are looking at what options are available operationally. Also, just for mainly cost issues, and we don't know the final numbers yet, the records that are required to be maintained for code enforcement is tied to 5 years after compliance is found. Some of your code enforcement cases can go on for many, many years, upwards of 20, 25 years. So we would have to pay for additional storage of that video and audio recordings. So we are again facing a situation that, you know, the differences in how code enforcement and law enforcement is treated is creating some concerns from a staff perspective. We believe that there's three basic options. Right now, you could direct staff to, as part of our legislative efforts next legislative session, seek to have the rules changed so that non-law enforcement officers such as code enforcement or even your animal control officers would be entitled to the same exemptions that currently are allowed to law enforcement officers. And if that occurs, then we could implement this at that point in time. We could do a combination where you direct us to do that and then also tell us to do the research and come up with the necessary policies and operational requirements so that code enforcement officers are told how they are to proceed, and if a property owner or person who they're calling upon says, no, you cannot record me, they have to cease and they have to follow those procedures to ensure compliance with the two-party consent. And we can also at that same point in time go forward with trying to do the legislative delegation request to have the rules changed. Right now we're here to gather direction from you as to how you want us to proceed. I know that Mike and Sabrina and Russ have gone through this with a fine-tooth comb, so they would be able to address any of your questions about the statutory requirements and how we can address those.
Thank you, Clay. Questions from council? Councilman Santiago?
I'll ask a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clay, do we know if there's have been historically or in the most recent years any discussion or attempt to include code enforcement officers under that exemption?
I'm not aware of those, but Sabrina.
Yeah, I know it's a legal question. I'm sorry, Clay, to throw that at you.
The exemption for law enforcement came about in 2016 when the BWC statute was actually put in place. Since 2016, we're not aware of any expansion of that exemption to other types of individuals who are not law enforcement.
Thank you for that explanation. Mr. Chair, I know we're in questions, but I move that we table this item indefinitely. There's too much risk for us and for our employees to do this until the state law is changed.
Okay, Mr. Santiago moves that we table this indefinitely. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Vice Chair Kent makes a second on the motion to table indefinitely. Questions or Councilman Robbins?
Yeah, I just discussion with Councilman Santiago. You good with that, Jim?
Yes.
David, I think there's a way to get here. You know, we have risk in everything that we do. In my tenure here, I've seen accidents with D6 dozers out at the landfill, right? There's risk there in operating. We have liability and responsibility for employees rear-ending vehicles, fender benders, which we're trained on, equipment. It's no difference than accidents that happen on the beach. You have training, what to do, what to look out for. So there's liability in everything that we do. I think what this comes down to is an equalizer. When I say that, a measure to protect both and empower the public and empower our staff and empower the process. It's like compared to like putting a lock on it, keeps everything kosher, in my opinion, and above board. If this isn't strengthening liberty of the people, I don't know what is. And that's just being honest with you. You know, I don't like being under the thumb of government and not having a say so. And this can be treated, and Don can attest to this, no different than a consensual encounter on the street when it comes to, hey, you can stop at any time. I don't have to answer your questions. I don't have to let you in my pockets, you know, under certain guidelines. This could be no different. Hey, you know what? I don't feel like I'm not going to sign that. So you go back to what we were doing, what they've always done. Hey, get off the property. Okay, there's a process for that. What this does, I think, is just empowers the people a little bit more. Is it going to may make things a little bit harder during that process for the government? Absolutely. That's the point. Let's not forget about that. That's the point. I would like to see us come back with policy, in my opinion, to do this, to try it out. I think the training can be as simple as a piece of paper or a card that you keep in your pocket. I've seen it in other instances. But I think it's a good policy, and we can also put it as a legislative request. Because even if say no one picks up the ball on the state level, hey, guess what? We're doing something good, in my opinion, at a local level, and keeping it, you know, I think we know what's best for Volusia, but I'd like to hear what a couple others have to say. I've always liked this idea.
Yeah. Can I respond, Mr. Chair?
Yes, and then but you might have multiple responses after.
Yeah, I'll just say, Danny, generally speaking, I agree with you. I think I've voiced support for it in the past, for the principle and the main reason of exactly what you said. Where I changed my opinion after meeting with staff and getting the analysis and deep diving in that, the legislature found it necessary to create this protection exemption for law enforcement that protects them. I wouldn't want to be a code enforcement officer without that protection. They make a mistake and they didn't either get consent or something happened along that. They're liable, if I'm correct, by a misdemeanor or a felony. Can someone clarify that for me? Personally liable.
It's a third-degree felony.
And if they do not get consent, if they make a mistake and they do not get consent and they start recording, they're liable for a third-degree felony.
Correct, plus a civil action.
Plus a civil action. Who in their right mind would want to be a code enforcement officer? I'll let you go in there. But the principle I agree with. We have to afford those employees those protections and fight for them before we put them. People make human mistakes. And I can't put that burden on the officers.
But the same, David, and what I was getting at earlier, if there's negligence found, there's got to be some level of responsibility to any of our operators. You know, we had and I don't like bringing up bad things, but we had somebody ran over at the landfill by a dozer. If there wasn't some negligence, I mean, accidents happen, things do happen, but I don't think it is something to, what do we just shut everything down? We have people get, on the beach. You know, I don't, there's risk with everything that we do.
Yeah. I understand the reason why. I'll finish with this, Mr. Chair, if I may. I understand the reason, but the risks to the employee, to the county, are just too much to rise to the level to surpass the small amount of complaints I think we've gotten from code enforcement interactions. We've gotten some. People have said he said, she said. That's why I like the idea. But those were so small. Do they rise to the level that I want to put these people in harm's way by jail time and financial risk? I'm not there until we get the protections. I'm sorry. I can't pass that.
Okay.
I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Let's go, let me see if anybody else has a question, because this is really a debate. It's good debate, but does anybody have a question for staff first?
Yeah.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, Sabrina, is this under the wiretapping statute that you're referring to?
It is. It's 934.
What is it?
It's 934. It's the wiretapping statute where
Yeah.
you can't intercept an oral conversation or record it.
Right. I don't think they have to get permission. They just have to know they're being recorded.
It's actually the legal test. It's a two-part test. You have to have an expectation of privacy subjectively, and you also have to have a reasonable expectation that the society would observe. So there are cases that there's a realm. So, for instance, there's a case that if you're in your private home and having a private conversation, obviously that would violate it. But if you're in public and you don't have a reasonable expectation of privacy, you would not violate that law. However, if you're in public and let's say, for instance, in the family law context, you and I are exchanging the child and it's just the two of us and we're having a private conversation on the right of way in our car, and I'm surreptitiously recording you. Well, you had an expectation of privacy because it's just the two of us, we're in a car, we're not in the public.
Right.
But if you and I are on the side of the street trying to buy drugs from a drug dealer, there's not that, we may have an expectation that our conversation with the drug dealer is private, but there's case law that says that's not reasonable for us to have an expectation of privacy when we're committing a crime. So there's cases on this particular statute that start from you have a reasonable expectation of privacy, so you're fine, but if society's not going to recognize your reasonable expectation when you're committing a crime, you're not. So the cases there's a spectrum of them. So that is what you would have to do that analysis. And I can give you the case sites if you want them.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the wiretapping statute. I was thinking there's different levels that we could do here potentially, right? I mean, obviously, when you go into somebody's house and you're recording, that's one thing because there's an expectation of privacy in your home and your Fourth Amendment protections and stuff like that. But
Correct.
if you're at a commercial business and you're doing a code enforcement inspection of, I think we had the shed person, or you're walking around, then that wouldn't necessarily, especially if the person knew they were being recorded, right?
Well, so there's a case, commercial, a location. So I have an expectation of privacy in a commercial setting if I believe that my conversation's still private. So that particular one was, I believe they were models in a dressing room and they were being recorded and they didn't know. I mean, you know that case.
Yeah.
So even if you're in a commercial place, I can still have an expectation of privacy. It's just you have to do that two-part analysis. Is it reasonable, and does society recognize that reasonableness? So it's not a location-based analysis. It's not that simple.
Okay. All right, yeah, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to talk to you about this beforehand. I hate to do it for the first time here, but,
It's okay.
okay. The only thing I'm thinking about, I'm not in favor of body worn cams in general because it's a lot of maintenance and stuff, but I would like, but I do understand why we need protection, and I guess the question is who we're trying to protect. Are we trying to protect the citizens or the employee, the code enforcement officer, from a wrongful allegation? I'm in favor, and this is, if we could do this, I'd be in favor of just having it to where all code enforcement interactions can be recorded by the citizen, and it's admissible in court. All phone calls to the county between code enforcement and the citizen could be recorded by the citizen. Put the onus on the citizen to record these conversations and say, well, the code enforcement officer, cussed me out, and he told me I could do this, now you're saying I can't. Well, do you happen to have a recording of that? Do you have a recording of that conversation? Put the burden on them to store it, because there is a lot of money incurred trying to store all this stuff for 5 years, which I think would be quite a bit.
Can you respond to that? Is that an option? Is there a legal conflict with the citizen recording?
Well, if the citizen advises that they're recording, no. I mean, because then the citizen is advised. I mean, it would have to be a policy decision.
So is the citizen liable if he doesn't ask for permission?
Sir, if I may, the community, the wiretap statute applies to the public, unless you're exempted out, which we would be in this capacity, the public. I would argue now that any citizen could politely ask a code enforcement officer, any inspector, hey, do you mind if I record you, sir or ma'am? And, code enforcement officer could say, yes, that's fine. There's also, I think, a recent fifth DCA case that just came out that talked about, basically, it was about a law enforcement officer, and an individual kept calling and in the sheriff's capacity said that these were like nuisance complaints, complaining about trespassing, and the individual ended up recording the conversation with the sheriff's deputy and later submitted that as evidence, and they hadn't told the deputy they were doing it. And so the court opinion came out and said, basically when you're on duty, you're on duty. You can, your premise should be you're being recorded. You can be recorded. So it wasn't actually deemed a violation of the Privacy Act because the officer was operating in their duty, their capacity at that time. So I think you could already, a citizen could already record somebody, ask their permission, do it right now. I don't think that requires a policy from the county.
Two things. Do we have a policy for that? I see video on social media every day of police being recorded. You're saying that's illegal?
No,
I'm not. I didn't say that.
There's a United States Supreme Court case that you have a First Amendment right to actually video officers in the public doing their public duty. So that is a different Supreme Court case, the First Amendment right case. And that would be the public, and as long as they don't interfere with the officer, they have a right to video that officer actually doing his job in the public.
That would not be the same for the code enforcement officer or an animal control officer?
Well, they go into private areas. That's again, and so it becomes, the test again is not where you are, it's the expectations of the parties that are involved. So animal control goes into people's homes a lot. They go into your backyard where the animals are. There's higher expectations of privacies in those private areas. Code enforcement could do the same. They go to your front door to knock on your door to make an encounter with you. You have an expectation of privacy on your own front porch. So these officers often go out of the public into the private area. So they are going to have to make that determination before they record anyone. Does this person have an expectation of privacy, and is their expectation reasonable? So that's what they would have to make a determination every time.
Did you want to add to that, Michael Dyer?
Yeah, she did fine. Thanks.
I can just say this operationally from our code enforcement officers. Every time they step onto private property, they expect to be recorded, because nowadays with the amount of Ring cameras and other private surveillance that's easily accessible from Best Buy or whatever electronics store, there's already an understanding that they will be recorded by the private property owner. when we are conducting an inspection, and I can tell you the majority of the time our officers will sit there and say, fine, you want to record me, you can record me. The main reason is that we don't see necessarily anything at that point being done that would be detrimental to our operations, because we've trained them on how to carry out the inspections.
And last question from me. Do you have an idea of, I know this is part of the investigation and what you would bring back, but do you have an idea of how you would get consent? Councilman Robbins mentioned a card. It seems like it could be that simple. Tell me legally.
The best way to get the consent would be with a written waiver, a form that the person would have to sign and fill out. The problem is, the distinction would be with law enforcement who has the exemption. The second, their policy goes the second they step out of the vehicle, everything's recorded. Our officers couldn't record until they actually had some sort of written consent.
Okay.
Because they couldn't record the consent because they're already recording without consent. So
Okay.
that would be the step that they would have to take. That would be operationally different between law enforcement.
Okay. I'll hold the rest till comments. Councilman Johansson, did you have questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I guess my question may have already been answered, but the discussion was about a reasonable expectation of privacy, and I think Clay pointed out that there's ring cameras and everybody assumes they're being recorded when they go into private business. But I would think when a public official in any capacity enters a private home, that you as a public official don't have any it's not private. When you're entering into somebody else's home, you're actually encroaching, right? And that's kind of how all these folks get away with it in their cars by the police officers. But there's no reasonable expectation, I wouldn't think. So as a code enforcement officer or a building inspector, which will be the next step, the second we step on somebody else's privacy to inspect, we lose our expectation of privacy, I would think. And for that matter, everybody should think that there's never an expectation of privacy anymore, except for when you're in your own home. So what I need to know is, and maybe this question goes better to Danny, is, well, first of all, Clay, what drives this item? Have we had a lot of problems with he said, she said, or physical or verbal altercations with code enforcement?
There have been, over the last 8 years that I'm aware of, a handful of situations where property owners have indicated either a code enforcement officer trespassed or there's been allegations of harassment. I can say that is it more than 10% of our total code enforcement case? No. But there are situations where we have had, as I said, a property owner complain to a council member that a code enforcement officer came on their property without permission, or that a code enforcement officer has been harassing them. And so, again, I would say that's probably less than 10% of the total.
Some would say anything a code enforcement officer does is harassment, right? I mean, well, you're not there to make people happy and give them a lollipop.
I want to reiterate that our staff wants to have any kind of support. And I'll give you a real world example. All of our code enforcement officers have GPS tracking on their vehicles.
Right.
We know where they are, how fast they're going, because there's been allegations of some of our code enforcement officers speeding. We've been able to go back and verify with that data that that complaint was incorrect. So we are in a mode where we want to have this tool available, but at the same point in time, I can tell you my staff is concerned with the intricacies of some of the legal aspects of this. that could they be subject personally to a lawsuit or a third-degree felony? That is the main concern that I've heard from our staff members. Now, if the council says go ahead and do it, obviously we're going to follow exactly what your direction is going to be.
Got it. And Sabrina, if our code enforcement officers chose not to use them or refused to use them for fear of legal action, they would just be disciplined if that's what we chose to do. But there's no legal ramifications of not using them, right?
If I understand your question, yes, there's no legal ramifications of not using them.
Right, right. And that applies to, not that you go down the rabbit hole, but that applies for law enforcement as well, right? If they don't, that is a administrative issue.
Yes, it's
Not
my,
a legal
my
issue.
understanding for law enforcement is in order for them to use it, they have to have a written policy and procedure.
Got
So
it.
there would be implications in their written policy and
Okay,
procedure.
great. That's it for questions, sir.
Thank you. Before I go to him, Mr. Santiago, Deputy County Attorney Russ Brown.
Sir, I just was going to clarify that just the reason this item's on the agenda is council directed staff to bring it back. So I just wanted to clarify. That's the answer to the question. But yes.
Okay. Councilman Santiago.
Question for you? I'm sorry. Forgot your name. I
All
apologize.
right, Sabrina.
Sabrina.
Slack.
Tell the council about this law enforcement exemption. What is it?
Okay, so there's actually a statute just for the use of body-worn cameras by law enforcement. It's in 943. So it sets forth all of the sorts of things that they have to do to actually use body-worn camera in their daily activities. And in that, there's a simple sentence that says, their use shall be exempt from 934. It is probably one of the simplest pieces of legislation I've ever seen. And so it just says that they're completely exempt.
Do we know why they asked for it?
In the legislative history, it doesn't really go into why they asked for it, but the legislative history basically says so that they do not have to ask for consent when they're using the equipment. It's essentially it's all it says in the legislative history.
And by that exemption, it also exempts them from any felony?
It exempts them from everything, from any sort of criminal, civil, any kind of issues under the wiretapping statute.
Okay. All right. And under that scenario, the felony, they're subjected to up to how much time in prison?
It's a third-degree felony, so a third-degree felony is up to 5 years in prison, or I'm rusty on my fines, probably about a $5,000 or $1,000 fine.
So I hate to play scenarios, but I will in this case. So I'm a code enforcement officer. I go to someone's house, and this policy is enacted, and I press my button, start recording, and I forgot to get them the consent to sign. If they wanted to press charges on me, technically, if the state attorney wanted to prosecute, I get it. There's different parameters to that. I could go to jail to up to 3 years?
5 years for
5
third
years.
degree
I can go to
felony.
jail up to 5 years because I forgot to get the consent.
But as Mr. Dempsey would tell you, you'd have to have a really bad score sheet to go 5 years on a third-degree felony. You'd probably score probation.
Well, look what they're doing to the president. Sorry.
Up to 5 years probation is more likely.
Yeah. See that. Thank you. And I love the idea. There is just a bridge too far for me to cross to put our employees in that liability. I struggle there. I wish somebody can give me an answer that solves that for me. I just couldn't do it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair.
We still questions?
Yeah, I
Okay.
have a question. Sabrina. Sorry. If, as it stands right now, if a code enforcement officer doesn't follow policy of the county, say they're supposed to go to the front door, say they go around the back door, say they go in a house, say they do something outside the scope of their duty, can they personally be held liable for their actions or negligence when it came to following policy?
So, and this will, every person has free will. So if I'm a code enforcement officer, I go to someone's home and I commit an intentional tort, I actually assault you intentionally, I can be personally liable because I went outside of my scope as an employee, outside of my duty. So yes, a code enforcement officer could always be personally liable if they did an intentional act outside of their scope of their employment. If they stay inside of the scope of their employment, then they would still be protected as doing their job, and they would have the same protections as the county, and it would be the same as if the county, all of us, did that action. So what you described in the initial question was Fourth Amendment, search and seizure, whether or not I have permission to go where I go and whether or not I did what I did. So typically, if you violate someone's Fourth Amendment, there's not a personal or private cause of action for that. It's just suppression of evidence. And actually, circling back to this, if you violate 934 with a wiretap, it has the same automatic suppression of all evidence at all levels.
And it carries jail time.
Sir?
And it carries jail time on top of the suppression of evidence, and
Yes,
it carries jail
yes.
time.
The 934 has a lot of penalties in it. It's one of it's Florida's very strong Privacy Act.
Sure.
So it has suppression of evidence included in it specifically. It has a civil component and a criminal component.
What scenarios right now could our people face the same in terms of jail time? Is there any instances that you can think of as an attorney in your experience where one of our people, for instance, code enforcement, can experience the same ramifications as it stands right now than if they were wearing a...
Right now, the only one I can think of is if you go outside of your scope of employment and you do an intentional act.
Which could be anything.
Well, the most likely one is a battery or an assault, something I do that I personally assaulted you,
But could,
which isn't my job.
but could, just hypothetically, could a code enforcement intentionally go and do something outside of his scope and say, you know what, oh, I forgot I wasn't supposed to go in the house, okay? Whatever, you know, can they still be held to...
As far as a trespass, so let's say that they, and again, that is an intentional act they did outside of their employment. It's still a trespass. It's the same analysis. So if I trespassed, that I'm not supposed to trespass in my job, so that's outside of my job, and I wasn't supposed to trespass.
And I think what's different here, I agree with everything Sabrina said. I mean, it's your choice. We're just telling you if you did move forward, there's some things we'd have to do to prepare and training. Is that this would be a job requirement. I mean, we're putting this on our employees. So, yes, somebody could do something stupid outside the course of their employment, and there could be consequences for that. But here, they'd be doing their job and could make a mistake. It's just, it's interesting when you look at it. Not every state's the same. I mean, Florida's got some pretty strict privacy laws. In some other states, this would not be a discussion at all. You could just do it.
No.
So I think part of it is, in looking at the history and the police officers added in 2016, I think this is an example. Technology has just is grown beyond the law at this point. If this was something important to council, regardless of whether they implement it now or not, I think there might be some other jurisdictions that'd be interested in having the statute changed to expand it, because the technology, I think, is just so much more available than it used to be. And probably less, it's still an expense to it, but I'm sure the longer technology around, the cheaper it goes, and some agencies may be looking at it.
Thank you, Ms. Slack. Council, I think there's no doubt that it has its purpose in the time and the place, that it adds protections. I don't think any of y'all would disagree with that. I think it's helped out our corrections. I think it's helped out our law enforcement across the country and everything, just as Mr. Dyer said, because technology is where it is. Not saying our people are doing anything wrong, but because they're not. But I think it's appropriate, David, at this time. I'd agree with you, and I'd be more inclined to, even though I would like to do it at a local level, but at the minimum, if we can all agree to maybe put it as a legislative priority and forward at that, I'd be amicable to that, because I don't sense the tea leaves, but I'd still like to see if our state guys can, how they feel about it.
Thank you. The reason that I was for this and remain for it is for protection of both our employees and the public. And now I learn not just for code enforcement employees, but for animal control employees. And the reason is if somebody goes into your house, whether you didn't get a permit or into your business for not building something, they'll be angry maybe, and they could elevate it to violence. But when you start taking somebody's dog or their horse, people tend to get a little bit more violent. So I think it's good protection for our own employees, and I think it's good protection for the public, because at least I do, hear too often that people don't trust government anymore, and it's hearsay, it's they said this, I said this. This removes that doubt and gives us proof of exactly what was said. For me, I think the fact that there's a possibility that an employee could be charged, I think that's a good motivator right there. It's part of the training that I just don't see it as an insurmountable problem to train people that when they turn that on, they give a card and asking for their permission, have them sign it. If they don't sign it, they don't turn on the camera. The homeowner or the business owner can record it. It's been said. So it offers our employees protection. It offers the public protection. I think both of those things are really important. I would like to pursue it locally and through the state legislature, but if the council is more comfortable with going to the state first, I hope that what we end up here with is that the staff will continue the process, because a big question for me is going to be cost. How much does it cost to store all this? Can you put it on a hard drive? Can you put it on a memory stick? Does it have to go to a secure place that anybody can get into? So we need to look at costs and exactly how it's carried out. So, Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't like it for all of the reasons that Councilman Santiago very clearly pointed out. This is problematic. And unless we get permission, a roadmap, a roadway from the state legislature, I'm out on this. Mr. Irvin, quick question for you, and I'll have all this. No, you can keep my time going. I'm gonna be done in 30 seconds probably. You said in 8 years there were like 5 instances, a handful of instances. I'm not gonna hold you to that. Was it multiple employees, or was it really just maybe one employee off the top of your head?
Several different.
Okay. But a handful over 8 years, and I can't remember who said it. It might have been Councilmember Johansson, who talked about people aren't too happy to see code enforcement show up. A lot of truth in that as well. I just didn't know if we maybe had a super eager beaver, Rambo style enforcement officer who just rubbed people the wrong way, and we're doing all of this because we needed to have a sit-down, healthy conversation with an employee and say, hey, your tactics are not conducive to what we're trying to accomplish here. That was all. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Sir, point of clarification as we're wrapping up here. I think Councilman Santiago had a motion to table this. Is that correct? But one of the, it seems like we're going toward recommending option 1 to talk to our legislature about amending state law. So I just want to see if we want to amend the motion to provide option 1 as one of the options.
Well, I'll ask him. His motion was to table with no time certain. I think
on anything, no options, correct?
I think Mr. Robbins and I both just kind of expressed what we were feeling. But David Santiago, it's your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll amend my motion if the second approves to table it still and work, direct staff to work on legislative actions to provide the necessary protections to execute something like.
And yes, the seconder is okay with that.
So, but table it? So when does it ever come back?
Anytime. You can come back anytime. Table doesn't kill it. It's just tabled, and then it can come back at any time.
This is, just to clarify again, this is discussion, which we've had, and direction with options.
Yeah, I can
So-
change it to just
No,
give option
no,
one.
So, just so I'm clear, option one is what we're gonna ask them for, right? Might take a year, might take two.
Correct.
Staff clarification, what we're hearing loud and clear from the council is that we are going to be working with our legislative delegation and our lobbyists to see if we can get the exemption granted to code enforcement and animal control officers. If that action is taken, we will follow up by bringing forward process and programs to implement body-worn cameras on code
Can I add something
enforcement.
to that, Mr. Chair? I would say engage Florida Association of Counties and Florida League of Cities, because I could see them wanting to have this as an initiative.
And Florida Association of Code Enforcement.
Yeah.
Okay, can you restate your motion then?
You know, in the interest of keeping it clean, I'll completely modify my, I think it's option one, direct staff to
Okay.
exercise legislative actions to provide the necessary protections and engage our partners in government to get relief from the legislature.
Thank you.
Second.
Before I, and the seconder is fine with that. Before I call for the vote, we have one member of the public who wanted to speak on this item, Karen Clark. But you still only have 3 minutes.
Hello again, everybody, and Clyde, and Sabrina. One of the things that I thought was funny at the end was when a person is getting the code enforcement officer or animal control officer, do you really think they're gonna complain to their superior, thinking that there may be retribution down the road? So that may be a low-lying reason why there's not as many complaints against maybe an overzealous code enforcement officer. But anyway, I don't see why it would be bad. To me, it would actually help the staff. The person going in protects them, because we know it's he said, she says, or whatever combination it is. And it would save money in the end, I believe, because there wouldn't be any lawsuits. You don't have to hire a super attorney if they said this and I said that. It's on camera. And I think for the person getting the citation, it protects them too. You know, it really does, because you have it in writing. You have it in there. And how much space and how much does it have to cost to save something you could put on a terabyte that you could stick in your pocket? But that made no sense. But anyway, it would also be able to put a harness on the officer, the code enforcement person, or the animal control person on doing what the county wants them to do and say, and their actions exude not hostility. Maybe that's something that they have to look at too. But on the camera, you can't be the bully. I know. But anyway, please look into having the cameras. And the way the technology is nowadays, it's extremely inexpensive to have these cameras. I mean, I had my whole house cameraed up because of people that came over, neighbors that now got taken out. But just stick with it. And I'm sure that it'll go down, especially the animal control people. I know some of the things that they have to go through when they go in there, when they're doing the right thing for the animal part. So on their side as well, it would protect them. And actually say, oh no, that dog only bit me once. Well, I'm sorry, the dog mauled him, you know. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm done.
Thank you. Not seeing any other comments. Carissa, would you call the roll on the motion to direct staff to pursue step one?
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey? Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes. Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you for the discussion. Item 13, selection of chair and vice chair of the Value Adjustment Board due to recent Florida Department of Revenue guidance. And any council member may nominate. Currently, we have Matt Reinhardt and David Santiago on the board. Would there be a nomination for chair?
I'd like to nominate Matt Reinhardt as the chairman.
Okay,
I'll second that. He's not here, that's good.
that's right.
That's
That's
why I
what
did it.
happens when you're not here. Mr. Councilman
By the way,
Johansson nominates Matt Reinhardt.
by the way, Jake, I like Matt. So
And then, would somebody like to nominate David Santiago for vice chair?
Yes, I'll do that right now. Nominate David Santiago as vice chairman.
Okay. Is there did I hear a second? Is there a second?
Second, Johansson.
Okay. Is there a second on Matt Reinhardt's nomination by Jake Johansson? Okay. All right. Any other discussion? All in favor of Matt Reinhardt as chair, David Santiago as vice chair, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 6-0. Item 14, appointment of Volusia County Career Source Consortium member and alternate member. And we have option. Jake is on that. He would he could be nominated, and we can also nominate someone from staff, like the deputy county manager, Suzanne Conchin. What is your pleasure? Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. Although I don't think it's a good idea to nominate myself, I would like to nominate Suzanne as the alternate. She's been very involved in the merger, and I think it would be good to have her for some planning integrity moving forward.
So you're nominating
Suzanne as the
Suzanne
alternate.
Conchin. Is there a second on that?
And I'll nominate Jake Johansson as our Career Source Consortium member.
Is there a second on Suzanne first? David Santiago makes a second, and you have nominated, Troy Kent has nominated Jake. Is there a second on that?
Second.
David Santiago makes that second as well. Comments? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Congratulations.
By the way, Chairman, that was the worst trade I made ever in my life with
I heard
David
you're doing a great
Santiago.
job at it, by the way. So hats off to you. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Item 15 is the at-large appointment to the Halifax Area Advertising Authority.
Sir, I'd like to nominate Sandra Boone.
Is there a second to Sandra Boone?
Second.
Seconded by David Santiago. Jake, your name is still up. Do you have a comment about her?
No, sir.
Nope. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sandra is nominated and approved. Do we have any public participation?
Mr. Nicholson.
Is it just one? John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Yeah, I know there's a crowd out there. You can't tell which people want to speak. With regard to something that popped up earlier today, police chief came with a valid reason, all right? Nobody likes to be told that your area is not perfect. As I said, I was embarrassed, offended when Danny made that comment, but the truth hurts. And I'm sure you all have heard the phrase dirt tarna. Every time I hear it, I cringe. I hate the comment, arrive on vacation, leave on probation. I've heard that for years. We have problems in Daytona Beach. I bring it to you all because we have problems with the county. For 20 years, the relationship between the county and the city was not the greatest. In the past, we've never really been that close. And to me, and I don't think anybody would really object to the idea of my saying that we are the economic engine of the county. We are the tourist center of the county. We are the events center of the county. These are just facts, all right? What we as a city do with these facts is something different. And I know you're not supposed to be involved with our city, but you should be, all right? If you ask, I forgot her name right now, she does a Board statistics on the value of tourism, Evelyn Fine. If you were to have her here and explain to you how much money is generated, how many people are employed, how much it lowers the taxes for all the cities around us. I had a meeting with Echo, and it's true. We donate, basically, or have donated almost $19 million to Volusia Forever and didn't get a dime back. We lose $100 million a year on sales tax. These devastate our city. And you guys got to realize that you all play an intricate part like a puzzle to what we do. And if you allow the things that are going on in Daytona Beach, I know when I talked about the Republican Party, guys, you guys control right now. And if you guys don't stick together, we're not going to go anywhere. So you have the power to move not only the county, but the cities as well, on where you put things, what, like the LPGA extension, all right? You have no idea. I showed Troy Kent the number of properties. There's 20 properties on LPGA being developed. It is just massive. I can't show it to you because I lose it. But I'm asking you to be very involved. And can I have one more second? Because it just zapped. I
That's your
apologize
time.
to Danny for what happened, but the truth is the truth. Thank you.
Okay. County Manager, George Rectenwald.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, Council, I just got a couple things. One, the burn ban. I've been asked by several folks if we were intending on doing any kind of a burn ban. We are approaching a drought index of 500. That's typically where we do that, and part of the county already is in that range. So I will be talking with the fire chief, but I would, unless we get some substantial rain, I would see us implementing some type of an open burn ban later in the week. The other thing I've been asked, been brought up a little bit about the timing of the ISB ramp closure. I'm going to have Ben Bartlett come up. As we have said previously on this project, this was timed to be part of the Florida Department of Transportation, much larger project on ISB itself. And the idea was we would be doing work while they were doing work and try and minimize any kind of issue. And the work is expected to last nearly a year. So there's no way to do the work and not somehow get into the beach season. And we did wait, and we were fortunate to get past typically our busiest holiday out on the beach is Memorial Day. So we are past that mark, and with a little luck, we could get done around Easter, before Easter next spring. But Ben, anything to add? And I think people need to understand a little bit about you know, what it means on, as far as when we're working on the ramp, what will be closed and what's not gonna be closed.
Sure, absolutely. So Mr. Rechtenwald is correct. You know, there's no good time to do any construction project of this nature, especially when it impacts businesses and visitors. As Mr. Rechtenwald said, you know, the timing, you know, the DOT project improving the ISP corridor, our construction zones overlap, and we're replacing underground utilities, we're replacing the ramp. And so we need to time this construction with theirs so that we're not ripping out new stuff that they put down and vice versa. The other side of that is, as Mr. Rechtenwald said, we waited till after Memorial Day to close the ramp. We had been in touch with the businesses on the north side of the ramp to let them, the property owners, to let them know that this was coming. There is the hotel condo on the south side. We're going to be maintaining vehicular access to, or pedestrian access to, both the businesses and the hotel condo, and we'll ensure that the hotel condo also has vehicular access into their facility, either from the ramp or from A1A. Our goal is to take advantage of the fact that we can do work on the beach during the turtle season this summer. You run the risk of delaying it and then getting into next turtle season and not getting that approved. So we're taking advantage of that now. And our goal is to get traffic open back up prior to Easter, which is really when the beach season. So we're only impacting significantly one of the beach driving seasons. So we're going to be out there making sure that the pedestrian access is safe and available, and that the businesses can be accessed that way. And we're going to be working with those folks as best we can, and we're going to stay on the contractor to make sure we stay on schedule.
It's really, I had a comment, water that falls at the landfill to the north that was mentioned today does not flow south. It is the headwaters of the Tomoka River and goes in the other direction. I've heard that several times said about that area. And that's really all I have today.
Okay, thank you. County Attorney Michael Dyer.
Yes, just one item. It's come to my attention that we've had a growing number of vacancies on your Historic Preservation Board. As of this week, it's grown to 4. It's an unusual board in that it's 9 members. So we've taken a look to see what other cities and counties have done. It does not need to be that big. Monroe County, for example, is 5. Highlands County is 7. So one thing I want to suggest, if it was agreeable to council, was we're bringing forward ordinances on the action you have directed on a few other boards. We'll be returning to you in July. Discussion we had was whether this is the appropriate time to reduce the size of your historic preservation board from 9 to 5. That would not cause any member to lose their seat. It's actually the vacancies that we have. It might be a little easier to fill. It's just large. It's hard to keep that many people on a board. So if it's agreeable to you, I can bring back an agenda item with a proposed ordinance for you to consider.
Yes, from me.
Why don't you make that as a motion, Vice Chair?
Yes, would be happy to do that. I will, everything our attorney Michael Dyer said about the transformation and change of the number of individuals on that board.
Second.
That's my motion.
So you're going from 9 to 5. Okay. And Jake, was that you with the second? Councilman Santiago makes the second. I mean, Johansson.
We're both so short.
Yeah. I'm not even going there. All right. Thank you for the motion. It gives county attorney all the tools he needs. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries 6-0. Okay, and that brings us to county council closing comments. And first up today is Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Guys, I'd like to quickly publicly address some of the comments that were obviously aimed towards me earlier in the meeting. And I just want to first and foremost say that I've known the chief for probably 20 years and respect him tremendously. And I have a feeling this obviously took on a life of its own. I just want to clear up some loose ends here. At no point did I disparage the great work of the men and women of the Daytona Beach Police Department. In fact, I've been the biggest cheerleader and will continue to do so for our law enforcement community and our first responders countywide. Again, at no point did I represent or portray any officer or municipality in a disparaging manner, because disparagingly is defined as being little worth, and I know firsthand that the Daytona Beach police officers do an incredible job day in and day out. At no point did I say or portray to be an expert on special events, crime, or staffing. I only stated my observations. My comments must be put into an accurate context, which was beach driving and the blight in Daytona Beach that affects our businesses, our tourism, and our economic development that was brought forward by our constituents. This was not self-initiated by me. If gain is defined by bringing up other valid points when confronted with an issue, then folks, I'm guilty. If pointing out the obvious from my real-life experiences, both past and present, and laying it on the table to improve our community, then once again, Dan Robbins is guilty. I respect the chief for coming in to address his point of view, and I encourage respectful dialogue. Where I disagree with him is the unnecessary, baseless attack on my integrity, both as a person and a police officer, disparaging the career where I served with honors, where I sacrificed my body for my community, that I continually pay for every day I get out of bed. I stand by my comments as they were true to my experiences, and I will never apologize or be silenced for telling the truth now or ever. I have also never been the person to back down from a conflict, but in this case, I think it's within our community's best interest to keep our eye on the ball, because the first step to addressing any problem is realizing that there is one. In my opinion, we should be using this to our advantage to get more funding for our cops and community, because they need it terribly. To the city of Daytona Beach and the chief, this will blow over. I still love you guys and respect you. I love our cops, and I will continue to strive towards improving our community. The District 3 door is open. It will remain open, and all my resources are always available to you guys. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a few items. I wanted to see if the council is okay with giving additional guidance on parameters to our staff when it comes to the upcoming workshop. We're going to be discussing the land development code and things like that, and I wanted to see if you all are okay with allowing them to expand that and look into methodologies or policies that we can change in the county to help folks with this insurance crisis that we're having in our country. I mean, excuse me, in our state. It's really bad. Obviously, we're a coastline county, and the skyrocketing cost of homeowners insurance is certainly affecting the homeowners marketplace. In some cases is preventing people from even obtaining insurance. So
And auto.
yeah, well, yeah, I agree. But this is the meeting we got. If we have another meeting that can expand on that, I'm open to that. Yeah, but I think there may be policies that comes to land development or construction that we can adopt that can, in some cases, potentially offset. We know we talked about affordable housing and how do we get government out of the way and to reduce the private market, right? Things We're looking at these policies. So I just want to see if there's consensus to direct staff to look at what's happening out there and what we can potentially do here in the county to mitigate rising costs of insurance. I know they're doing some things, but is there support for that? Or is there, I like to ask, is there objection to that? I like to reverse that. If there's no objection to that.
I may have an objection. I'd like to ask staff. It seems like the meeting that the workshop we already have planned is pretty beefy, and then it's going to take some time. Is it possible to combine these two and do either of them justice?
That's a valid question, Mr. Chair. I have no problem with that.
I have to get with the staff. I mean, we do have a pretty big amount on a plate, but I mean, you bring up a good issue. So let us take a look at that, and if we can include it or make it a segue to a further meeting, we can do that.
Yeah, I think it's important enough that it could take its own workshop. I don't want to have a meeting for the sake of having a meeting, but insurance in Florida is a huge problem. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
So
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with your sentiment. Whatever staff can do,
Okay.
Yeah,
it warrants
we'll
conversation.
research. I mean, just off the top of my head, I mean, and what I caution a little bit about is, we can build things to withstand almost anything. And that would make it a little easier to insure, but I don't know if that's what you would want to afford. So that's something to think about. But I'll look and see what's going on within the industry, because we're not the only one, obviously.
Yeah.
This is a state issue. It's probably a southern United States issue. And believe me, my toes, fingers, and prayers are that the predictions of this season are off, and we don't have any issues. So, but yeah, we'll take a look at that and see what else we can do.
And the reason, Mr. Chair and colleagues, that I brought it up into the land development side of things, because there are certain things that I think this council will support that give relief on the land development side that reduce the costs of building a home, right? Whether it's, I'll just throw things out there, impact fees, setbacks, or size requirement. Those various things that we put in there that dictate how people build homes could potentially relieve some of the things that we should be in homes, given that we live in Florida in this hurricane weather. So that's the only reason I tried tying the two together. And we can get there maybe with a secondary meeting. But I'd love to see us be a pioneer in the state of Florida to find ways to get creative and help give some people relief with good policy.
Before you move on, I think two of your colleagues wanted to speak
to
you about that. Jake Johansson?
Yes, sir. It's already been said, but I was going to suggest I have no problem having another workshop on this. I think there'll be a lot of conversation about this. And what I don't want to do is have us look at the clock and shortchange all that stuff we have to do in the current so we can get to this, which probably demands an equal amount of time once we do the research. So, and I've always supported having a few workshops a year anyhow. So if this needs to be a second one, by golly, let's do it.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with what's been said, Mr. Chair. I think staff gets it. If there's consensus to have one soon, we'll have it whenever it's appropriate as far as the timing, if that works, Mr. Chair.
It works. Don, something to add?
I would kind of be respectfully against that. Again, I think laissez-faire, just let the free market work itself out. This is no different than the S&L debacle in the 80s. And, I mean, every time the government thinks they can fix something, they just create another problem. And I don't think any of us are economic geniuses. And to sit here and think that us seven could somehow fix the insurance problem in Volusia County is to me, pie in the sky. We just need to let it work itself out. If people are going to lose their homes, there'll be more foreclosures. If there's going to be people not having insurance, then the insurance companies are going to be in trouble. But it always works itself out if we just let things play itself out. So I don't want to spend too much time. I mean, I guess we can look into it, but I'm really against the government ever coming in and trying to regulate or control the free market. You gotta let things just play itself out, and it'll work itself out if we're just patient. That's all. So
Yeah, Don, I see where you're coming from, and there's parts of it that I agree with. This could potentially have the effect of minimizing government's role, depending on the way the conversation goes. I'm not suggesting more regulation or not, or in any case, or a middle ground. A part of a lot of what drives the costs on not only construction but also in insurance is government policies. They play a part in it because it drives the market. So the purpose of the conversation is to see what trends or see how we can potentially be innovative. That's the only reason. And it could mean getting rid of stuff. So I'd be a little bit more open to it because your dialogue would certainly attribute to where government gets in the way.
well, if we can talk about getting rid of government at this workshop, I'm all in favor of it. If we could get rid of impact fees or cut them down, I'm finding out impact fees are astronomical in this county. So if we
Sounds like
could-
you want to have this meeting.
So if it's in that vein, yeah, I could support you. Thank you.
Did you have more?
Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to share with my colleagues. I'd like to also get either, if there's no objection, to see if staff at the next council meeting to bring forward to us an update on the charter amendment process as we're leading into this national election. I wanted to get some guidance and dialogue, engage with staff to look at if there's any potential for us to do any charter amendments, what the deadlines would be, and just maybe have a short conversation or in-depth conversation on things that we may or may not want to consider putting on this upcoming elections ballot. I'm not proposing anything one specific, but if the council agrees, if staff can give us a history of what has been discussed over the last few councils, and then open that dialogue potentially for other council members to engage. If there's no objection, Mr. Chair, I'd like to see if that comes forward to us.
I have a question for staff. It's too late for this year, isn't it? Attorneys?
It's growing very tight. The charter, every 10 years you have a charter review process.
Yeah.
So come May is the time that the charter allows council to initiate that, appoints people for that process. You can also initiate as a council amendments to your charter on your own. There's now state advertising requirements. There's some in our charter we could all do. But basically, if you wanted to put something on the ballot, you would need to adopt the ballot language, I would say, in beginning of August, and speak with the supervisor of elections.
The half-cent sales tax had to be done by 15 July, I believe.
It varies. I did.
Maybe it could be easier asked this way. Can we make the deadline if we wanted to?
Yes, it just depends on what you want to consider.
Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to get to the answer. As an attorney, I'm charged by the hour. I'm joking to Mike. I love you. I'm sorry, Jake. I jumped in. I apologize too. Yeah. So I did a little preliminary research, guys, just so you know, and we're in the window. It could be done if we wanted to. I'm not suggesting any one particular policy. I wanted to see if there's dialogue, if we can discuss it briefly, if it goes nowhere at the next council meeting, or if we have ideas, and we wanted to take action on it, we're within the window, and staff can make it happen. So that's the intent. I move to direct staff to bring forward guidelines, timelines, and historicals of, let's say, the last 2 charter amendments that have been proposed or discussed to the council for review and discussion. Next meeting.
You said the last 2 amendments that have been proposed?
Last 2 charter amendment proposals and discussions.
Okay. Not a specific amendment, but
No,
the process.
no, yeah.
Okay.
What kind of give us a historical perspective of what's occurred and what's been discussed by the next meeting.
Okay, that's the motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Robbins, questions, comments? Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. I claim not to be a politician, but here I am. It's important. I think it's something we can chat about, but it was never a number one priority. And to make staff jump through a bunch of hoops to get it done by July, late July, early August, to get on the ballot if we change something is something I'd rather not deal with either. I don't want this to occupy my life and our lives while we're trying to fix the coast and talk about things that we tabled last week and the budget and add this to it in addition to 2 workshops that we haven't yet attended. So those are my thoughts, and that's why it'll be a no for me.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. I respect your perspective, Jake, but every charter amendment is an election year, just so you know. So otherwise, it wouldn't be a charter amendment because they have to vote on it. And again, I'm not advocating for anything specific, Jake. It's more of a, if there's any of my colleagues that have ideas that they want to talk about or look at what happened in the past, if we at that time engage and want to have that conversation, we certainly can. If not, then nothing moves forward. But at least have a historical perspective. We are within the window. I don't think it's well, I don't know what if anything would even be proposed, but that's the purpose. I think our staff is very capable, and unless they feel they're not.
Okay. We have that as a motion and a second. Rather than call the roll, I'm just going to ask for, if it's hard to tell, then we can call the roll. But all in favor of the motion to bring back this information at the next meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So it's 5-1.
My last item, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I just wanted to make more of a statement. Danny, I appreciate your comments. It took a lot of courage to come back and share your thoughts, and you took the criticism well too. So I have a lot of respect for you. That being said, I think some of the comments that the member of the public shared. I certainly feel that Daytona's success is the county's success. I want you to know that, and it's important that dialogue and that relationship flourishes. And it's probably strained. It's been strained for a long time, and it shouldn't be amongst any of the cities. Right? We're going to have tensions from time to time and things that are policy differences, and we move forward. But again, I'll say Daytona's success is Volusia County's success. So I would encourage, myself and all of my colleagues, how do we build that bridge to ensure that there can be a long-term partnership, not only with Daytona, but others within our boundaries, to ensure that especially economic and safety and all those things, successes are appropriate. So more of a statement to my colleagues that let's, in a statement to the city of Daytona, engage us all. And let's have some good dialogue and help make the relationship great again. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Dempsey. Yeah. Jake Johansson.
Two quick, I guess, are public service announcements. We do a lot of research, and you saw a few things on the CIP that got discussed today. A few numbers got chatted about, but I want the public to realize that when staff's doing research and paperwork's flying around, when we're grinding the sausage, That's exactly what's happening, and that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to buy it, cook it, and eat it. So don't think that when we're in the planning stages of things, in particular, like recently, the motocross, it doesn't mean that we're going to execute those plans. And I think people get wrapped up pretty quick on things like the trains left the station. So know that you have access to your elected officials, and that we listen to what you have to say, but we don't want to get involved early on in some cases when we're looking at options. And personally, I like to hear all options, even ones that staff discounted and threw out and didn't bring to us. And those get discussed at our weekly meetings. Also, something that Don pointed out that sometimes I fail to observe, but the government doesn't exist to solve all our problems. As a matter of fact, I've said many times, much to the chagrin of staff sometimes, is that if you want something to be done efficiently, effectively, and without a lot of government regulation, don't give it to government, right? The private sector can handle a lot with a lot more agility than we can, just by virtue of what we have to do to spend a dollar. It has nothing to do with staff or government employees at the federal, state, or local level. So don't rely on us on stuff that we could probably do together as a community. I was very critical of our boards, not because I didn't think all the community boards that we have are not worth it. It's just that once they become community boards, their hands are tied. They can't talk. They can't collaborate. They can't do anything outside that meeting that has anything to do with what they're passionate about. So as soon as we get them together and put their names on a list, the only time they can talk about that thing that they're passionate about is in their meetings. Otherwise, it's a sunshine violation. So my goal is to get people to work out issues outside of government before you come to us. I know it's tough to do in this day and age, but things like that get done a lot quicker, and you'll be surprised how quick your taxes get lowered when people take care of their issues, their concerns, and their great ideas on their own, grassroots driven. So think about that as we move forward, and I'll do everything I can to help people take care of that outside of government. That's all I have. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. George, when do we have a date, Mr. Rechtenwald, when the off-beach parking new rate structure for non-Volusia residents and the pay structure for non-Volusia residents to get on the beach will be coming back to us?
I think we're scheduled for August. We received our proposals from our companies, so that's being in review right now. So Ben, is that on track for August?
Yes, sir. We've received the proposal solicitation requests for both contracts. Selection committees will be meeting to select the recommended vendors, and then initially we were looking to bring it to you in August, and we're actually trying to get this wrapped up and hopefully bring it to you the meeting in July.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Excellent. And my final comment is just to the sweetest woman I know, my mother, I love you. And there's a lot of people praying for you. Thanks for listening online, Mom.
That kind of that kind of changes everything. Thanks for saying that. And I don't know what's going on, but she'll be in my prayers and everybody up here. Mothers are incredible. I just had a couple things. I want to start with what happened with Chief and with what Danny said. I don't want to pile on. The public has spoken to it. I do want to say that I'm not surprised that Jakari and his officers might have taken it. Personally, you did never mention them. But it was very, very strong. And I don't ever remember a time that a council member took one of our cities to task like that. I would hope that we would be more careful in how we speak about the cities within the county. I took it more at heart for the Haw board, and I sent a note to Lori Campbell Baker, and because she's working around the clock trying to bring people to Daytona Beach and the rest of the county. I want you to know, Danny, that she responded acknowledging that she received it, but she had no comment on it. It was just, I wanted to let her know that, as far as I can tell, this board has a lot of support for the Haw board, for advertising to bring people in, and I don't think it was helpful for that. On a good note, I see several people from on a different note, several people from emergency management here. We had a pretty serious fire in Osteen, I think over 900 acres. I started getting calls late at night about, Osteen is pretty rural, a lot of large animals there. What do we do with our animals? Can we get help? So I called Mark Swanson at night. I might have texted him, and he called me right back. Then I heard from Jim Judge. Then I heard from the deputy county manager. I bring this up because there was several private individuals in Osteen who were offering their property for people to board the horses. Horses, any large animal, even dogs. People were really concerned as they pastures burning. And one of the members of this particular page said the thing that surprised them the most is the county had no plan of what to do in a fire like that. And I want the public to know that not only was there a plan, but it was in place by the time I called them. I asked about specific large plots of lands where we could take animals. They were already on it. They already had permission from some of them. So we do have a plan. We hope we never have to use it, but there is a plan for those kinds of fires. And Chief, I want you to know that your guys and women are really impressive. And it was a dangerous, dangerous fire. And I don't think we lost any structures. Did we lose any animals? Did we lose any people? Right. Did you lose any firefighters? Thank God. Injuries to fire? Good. Am I right? It was over 900 acres? Come on up, because this is important. Everybody wants to be a firefighter, and this is why.
Yeah, the Sandy Drain fire that was down in Osteen started several days prior. It was stopped it was contained at like 95, 97%. And then they had the little breakout over the weekend of 250 acres. So total was 905. Weather didn't help out that much as well. We had 17 to 20 mile an hour winds. So it was actually spotting 200 yards at a time, but they did a lot of good work with forestry to keep it contained, and currently right now it's like 95% contained, 97%.
Good. It was impressive. I saw one note from a woman that said she's watching the fire come across her pasture. And I asked her, was she able to secure her animals? She did. People got trailers there. Animal control offered trailers for large animals. Everybody, including the residents there. Osteen is an amazing place. The residents really come together when there's an emergency. And so we did have a plan, and the plan was in place, and the plan worked, and we saved lives and property.
Saturday night between all of us, just making sure the plan was in
Yeah.
play. And I think everybody down in Osteen, when they came through where the road was closed, I mean, they were all getting information firsthand from the crews and forestry on site. But there was definitely a plan in place.
Good. Thank you. Vice Chair Kent, you asked me about funding for motocross. I was actually gonna talk about it. I answered your question in part. I'm not in favor of using general fund money for that. I'm really at this point unsure about ECHO because I want to hear from the ECHO committee. It would go to them first and then come to us. I want to hear what their feelings are. I want to hear from our own staff members, Dr. Burball. My hope, my desire was that Don brought some pretty impressive people in here that do this already. And I would hope that we would end up with a private operator on private land that county sells, or even maybe even better with land that the Speedway has, and that the Speedway would be involved because it goes directly to them. So, but I want to push that just a step further, and I asked Dr. Bradwell about this. I wanted to know, did we have land currently where we could ride? And there's like 32 miles where people can ride ATVs, but not necessarily dirt bikes, motorcycles. So this is kind of separate, Don, that what you're talking about a competitive thing, but I know we have a lot of residents, a lot of riding clubs who just want to go somewhere in Volusia County and be able to ride, not have to go to Ocala or Bunnell. Those places are available. And so I have asked Dr. Burball to let us know at some point where we might have areas in Volusia County just for pleasure riding, not for doing the amazing things that your son is doing necessarily, but where families can go, and because it's also a family sport. Just riding in the woods. For my family, it's horses. For yours, it's dirt bikes, and I think we need both. So I'm hoping to hear that information. There are some places now, but to me, it sounds like I don't want to ride on a paved road if I'm on a dirt bike. I want sand and mud and something to jump, which I'm probably not going to do anyway. But I have 4 sons that would, and maybe 5 daughters. On tomorrow, Wednesday, I'm going to be on the Indian River Lagoon releasing 2 million clams out of a drone. And it's just such an amazing thing to me that you take that old technology of a clam that helps clean water and the new technology of a drone where the leaseholder, the clam grower, whose name is Mike Sullivan, he owns a lot of leases, or he has a lot of leases up and down the lagoon, has a tremendous restaurant in St. Augustine. It would take a half a day or all day to release that many seed clams. And we're going to do it in a matter of minutes. And one of the reasons that he's doing it there, and I'm not going to give the exact location because we don't want any accidents, but is because the water quality is improving in the Volusia County's southern section of lagoon. We're not where we want to be, but clams and oysters greatly help with that. So it's just it's an amazing thing. I'm hoping that the press will pick up on it because it is such an interesting project. There's other people. Kelly McGee is involved in it, which is excellent. So that's all I had, other than to say, America bless God. We always ask God to bless us, and He has. I think it's time where we're mindful of what that means to each of us and the way that we participate in the political realm and the personal realm. So thank you all, council, for a really good series of debates today. And we are adjourned at 2:38, which may be a record.